Om Shanti. Namaste. How you guys all doing? Zerilat's back on. He's in his car, so let's hope we got the connection flowing. Welcome
It's
to
good
all
for
of
me.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother. You're with us loud and clear this time. You got
Awesome.
it.
All right, good. Good, I fixed it.
Big love out to Wishin, Neil, Howard. Hope you guys have had a great week and that the weekend's getting better. Let's hope. It can only get better, man. It's been a crazy couple of weeks. But yeah, so we've got a sweet show on board here. And Zerilat and myself are kicking the ball off today. Sending you all big love. It's going to be a very simple one. The 3 kinds of healing. That's thought healing, energy healing, and physical healing. 3 different ways of doing things. And but generally speaking, most forms of healing involve a certain amount of mixing these principles. There's very few forms of healing that are pure. Some of them are, like Reiki is pretty pure. It's pretty much just energy healing. There's not much of another component to it. Pharmaceuticals is pretty much just physical. That's all there is to it. There's no other level being tapped. Homeopathy is starting to tap onto an energetic level. And so it is with most. Namaste, the star. So I hope you guys are all ready for a roll. The most unprofessional show in the world. It's all just flying by the seat of the pants. Lastminute.com. Don't know what the show is going to be about until like the last couple of days. Never do. Always sort of look. I looked at the calendar. I was like, oh my gosh, it's 11/11. Oh wow, that's like Shiv Shakti numbers. That's the power of mystical revelation of powerful change and the one and one I and I vibration, which is really the healing of the spirit. We have Zerilat here. For those of you that don't know, Zerilat Immortal. It's actually Zerilat Eternal, isn't it? Your tag.
I changed it. I changed it to eternal. The word is more resonant to a higher form.
Yeah. Well, Zerilat Eternal @, but he's also in my recommended channels. He's a podcaster. He's spent a lot of time with the Box Saga, as well as with various different occult therapeutics, occult systems, and obviously a lot of looking at like research at what's going on around us. You can't live with your blinkers on. Well, you can.
Yeah.
But then you become a muggle.
Yeah. I've got to jump around on a few things because I think it's a demonstration of just part of what you have to do if you're going to be involved with life on a certain level, right? It's just like you may not have to specifically be like, oh well, I definitely got to research this and that and the other thing, but you do have to have a large palette of relevant things that like right now I'm delving into understanding socialism a little bit better. I just finished reading Saul Alinsky. I'm going to be doing some study on Che Guevara on the channel next, and that's going to be, we'll see how my time pans out, and that shouldn't be too long of a thing. I think I'm going to do like 1 book and like 1 documentary, maybe 2 documentaries, but definitely no more than 1 book.
Yeah, I mean, a few books are always going to be on the go. Speaking of books, I've been upgrading my library to audiobooks. You should all do it. I'd love to share it with you all. I'm just really getting the Instagram. I might have to make like a secret group to put it in, because I'm like, when I'm moon in Taurus, right? When this bull gets his horns into something, then they don't stop. Like once his horns come out, they're out. So I've started my stampede towards I've got the most profound library online. For those of you that haven't checked it out in my channel, it's pretty impressive. It's the biggest library of the occult that I've seen anywhere in the world. Took me a long time to build, decades, but I'm starting to build an audio library because I've been listening to audiobooks like for years now. I prefer it. And I found some really cool sources where they do the books reading with the audio, so you can actually check up on like, are these guys falling asleep? Are they skipping verses? Are they changing the words? But namaste, Lister. Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Mooney, as always a joy to see you in the space. And yeah, Optician, you pharmacology is also making psyops-based drugs. I don't know whether that's. I think that's like by design, and I think that's using sort of maybe not healing. Healing might not be the end goal for a lot of the pharmacology. You know, most people I've known that have been on antidepressants have ended up worse after than before, just as a rule. I don't know if that's the rule for everybody, but I think that's generally the thing. And most of the psychologists that I've been close to, and I've dated a couple of psychologists, fairly significant psychologists, and as in like, very high level running research centers and such. And they all confided in me that it's a joke. You should only use pharmacology for mental issues for like up to 6 months. That should be it. Therapy is really the thing that helps. So it's like piling your laundry in a cupboard and closing the cupboard, right? At some point you're going to open that cupboard and it's all going to come falling out. It's a question of time, I'm not speaking about my son's mom.
I find it quite, I don't know if maybe ironic is the word. But this week, one of the biggest things that people are talking about with the White House stuff is that they had I think it was like the CEO of Ozempic or something. He collapses in the middle of a White House press briefing thing about Ozempic or whatever. And he collapses, and maybe 2 men or something start attending him, and we're not sure what exactly is going on while this guy's collapsed. And then everybody just stands up and stares. The president was sitting down at the office. He stands up and he just looks, right? And everybody just looks like they don't like RFK. He's looking like that with his Sam the Eagle with his eagle beaks, and then he crab walks off in the opposite direction, right? And he's the only guy who moves, and he moves away. This happened in the White House yesterday or something. It's been all over. The trumpeter? Something like that. Yeah. Well, this happened in front of Trump. And everybody's criticizing Trump because it looks like he's a psychopath who just stood there and watched a guy die, right? And it's about health. The whole thing was like a health meeting because the White House was going to be announcing a new program, right? RFK Jr. was there.
So do you think it was by accident? I mean, are they sending us signals?
I think somebody.
How does that happen? Coincidence?
Well, it's already in the public zeitgeist by most people outside of the delusional left about the died suddenly phenomenon. The out of nowhere people just having a condition. It's happening all the time in public. This is not we're not imagining this because we didn't have cameras looking at public figures before and people making fucking observations about what happens. People have been collapsing. Like the way Hillary Clinton collapsed, which had nothing to do with the jab because the jab didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting,
Isn't it?
I mean, we don't know though. I mean, knowing Hillary Clinton, she probably goes for her flu jabs every 3 months, 6 months, So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, but But my point is that there wasn't mRNA fucking with you with your heart like that right? Back then, when her famous collapse happened in 2016, right? So the point is that everybody's looking at that, and everybody's thinking to themselves, well, here they are, because the White House is still in denial that their healing methods, their medicine, was poison killing people. They're still in denial. We still live in a toxic world, and it's only getting a little bit better.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about so-called. We've got to watch our P's and Q's, I suppose, what we say, but so-called medicine, and I think it says a lot about our culture that most people are starting to recognize and realize that we cannot trust our governance to be able to provide us with safe and reasonably healthy medical assistance and treatment. And they've made sure that our doctors stay clear of nutrition, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Because most doctors, and I mentioned this to my clients. I said to my clients, look, I'm not a nutritionalist, but I can guarantee you that I know 10 times as much as the average doctor about nutrition. And that says a lot, because a nutritionist knows 5 times about nutrition is what I do. So it means that a doctor knows 1/50th about nutrition of what a nutritionist knows. And a doctor is a nutritionist, in my opinion. So, you can't divorce the two. You can't say, well, it doesn't matter what you eat. It doesn't matter what water you drink. Health is not contingent upon diet or, quality of food or water, or whether you're taking in hormones or antibiotics with your food. Doctors will acknowledge that antibiotics, if you use them too often, they weaken your immune system, right? But they won't get into the fact that most milk is homogenized and often over-treated with antibiotics. So you're getting antibiotics when you take dairy products, whether you like it or not. And I'm pretty sure it's the same with meats for people that eat meat. So, and that's just the skimming off the top. We haven't even touched on to how the feed's produced for animals, for dairy, or for meat consumption, or the kind of spray that they put on our fruits and our vegetables, and the irradiation process that removes most of the nutrients that are important, like the vitamin K and the vitamin C. So we really are living in the dark ages, and that's an interesting concept to acknowledge. We talk about the dark ages. Namaste, Rodney. Hope you're good. You have a toolbox full of medicinal herbs. It sounds like a fun toolbox, brother. Everybody wants one of those toolboxes. And namaste, everybody. Neil. Even the elites are expendable. Well, I think that's quite an interesting observation, the fact that the elites themselves, I think most of them, though, are pretty clued up, right? Some of them are deliberately kept in the dark. How's that for an idea, So, yeah, without any further ado, shall we fly into the healing side of the conversation? Because I believe, and I'm going to start this off with sort of, I think, why the conversation has organically taken this route is because we are suffering in the shadow of diagnosis. Yeah? And diagnosis, right, is what you get when you go to a doctor and they give you a diagnosis. Right? And this diagnosis is the knowledge that causes action. And it's interesting how, and I'm pretty sure all of you can vouch for this, the people that you know in your actual life, forget what you've read, forget what you've heard, forget the ideas that people are disseminating. How many of you have known people that went for a routine check? They were fine. They were living their lives, and they were informed that they had cancer. And suddenly things went downhill. Now you're going to say, oh, that was just a coincidence. But most of the people I know that have been diagnosed with cancer in their lives, and people that are friends of friends and friends of family, is a universal rule. Normally, they were okay. They had a little bump. They were a little concerned. They went to the doctor, and the doctor was, oh my gosh, you'll be lucky if you live for 6 months. You better get you on the chemo. And next thing, the panic sets in. And with the panic comes all of the fear and all of the hormones and negative patterns, which is basically undermining our natural immune system, which is based upon these 3 fundamental principles. I'm sure you all have stories, right? What about you, Zerilat? I mean, I'm sure probably everybody you know has ever been diagnosed with cancer. They were probably fine until we're told, right? Okay, Zerilat is under the trees. But yeah, I think
yes. However, I'm also just looking at people condemned to their habits. Completely, it's Gollum, right? Gollum was condemned to his habits. The ring consumed his habits, and which is why he used to be a hobbit, but devolved and become a creature, right? So when you're a slave to your habits, your toxic habits are going to catch up to you, right? Will I one day have brain cancer because I'm using a Bluetooth headset far too much in service of living my life in the system because I'm not good at living in nature yet, right? And I try to live more in nature. And the more you live in nature, the less cancer is a threat to you. No one's perfect, right?
Yeah, that makes me think about a lady I knew, and I actually was quite close to. I did with her. She was basically doing her doctorate. Was it PhD? No, it was her doctorate. She was doing her doctorate for art, and she had recruited from a local E15, which is sort of like one of the 4 or 5 top acting schools in the UK. And I happen to have friends that went to E15. And she was looking for 12 archetypal people to do a piece of movement. And the one archetype she couldn't find was a shaman. So a good friend of mine who was one of the well, there were 13 actually. There was a woman as well. And there was 12 guys. It was a piece to do with a woman that had been sexually hurt as well. So it was like quite a powerful piece of movement. But so anyway, I got involved and I did this with her. So we worked together extensively. I mean, we must have worked for about 6 months of training, right, together as a group, regular. And then we did the actual filming. I think it was about 4 months, 4 or 5 months of training. And then we did the filming for a number of weeks. It was like 3 weeks, 4 weeks of filming every day, 14 hours a day. It was for the Tate in London. And anyway, I got to know really well. And she had been diagnosed with cervical cancer and been told she had 6 months left to live towards the end of that work that we were doing, which is incredible because it was about her having things that happened to her when she was young. And this was why she felt called to do this piece of art. It was a form of art therapy, and which was why she had been drawn to certain individuals. And that was working on this project was really switched on bunch of people, spiritually, psychically, on all levels. And anyway, she didn't edit the piece for a long time, and it ended up going to the Tate, I think, about 2 years later than what it was supposed to go, or a year and a half later or something. And she decided she wasn't going to take their path. She changed her lifestyle. She changed her diet. She changed everything about her life. And when she went back to see the doctors 8 months, 9 months later, they were shocked because it wasn't in remission. It was gone, like it had never been there. They were scratching their heads, confused. So, I think the body has a natural ability to heal itself when we get out of the way. And I think this is what we've been denied. Been denied that ancestral lineage, that ancestral root, which connects us to all of our ancestors. Everything that they've learned, every experience they had, every thought, every piece of knowledge that they've gained is sitting dormant within us to be tapped as a form of connection with ourselves and with our lineage. And I think this is something which we see in indigenous cultures. It's a big part of the Norse tradition, is it not? Honoring the ancestors.
Yes, absolutely. This was this, like every other indigenous culture's time, is the time of the honoring of the ancestors, because the veil is thinner and all that fun stuff that has become incredibly cliche across the metaphysical community to get people started on, like, oh, well, why Halloween and Samhain and yada, yada, yada. Right? And the Alpha Blot would happen around this time. The Alpha Blot is it's got blood in the name, because there's a blood over intent ritual that would be done. I don't know how many people would be slaughtering for Alpha Blood, but I don't believe that slaughter would be necessary. I don't even think bloodletting is necessary, although if you bleed your own blood over intent, that's good. And this, either way, is about going back through your bloodline and looking back through your bloodline, because the ancestry and the light elves have an interrelated connection in the Norse mythos. And this is part of the reason why the Vanir god Freyr is a friend of the light elves, and why the goddess Freya is a friend of the dwarves.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Whenever I think of the dwarves, like I always think of the earth. Yeah, I always think of them like coming out of the earth, being in the earth, being in the rock, being in the,
Yeah.
being connected to the earth. And then when I think of the elves, I think of a group that's very connected to the element of air, living in the trees, living in the air, being connected to the air element so strongly, just in the way that the mermaid is connected to the water element, right? And like the salamanders who want to bake in the sun all day long, connected to the fire element. But that's really interesting. That like this, my girlfriend and myself were talking about this just yesterday, and explained how I taught my son to see the earth spirits in the rocks and in the mountains. If you sit and really just pay attention, you'll see they're there. They're always there watching you and communicating with the rocks through the earth, literally. So I wonder, how much of this, and one of my earliest videos that I started with was called Sky Cinema. In the Bush Whisperer Speaks series 1. I think it was the first 2 of the first 108 lectures, and how we've lost that ability to enjoy the sky cinema. We watch Netflix and Amazon Prime and Disney Plus. I said Disney Plus because I got a 9-year-old, but actually I canceled Disney Plus a long time ago. It's hard to find good content to watch these days, I've got him watching SG1 because it seems like the most, at least he's realizing that there are secret projects that the government do and they lie to people. I think that's good, right? We don't want him trusting.
Right. And Stargate SG1, which I watched a lot of SG1. I maybe skipped a bunch of the secondary episodes, but I'm just like, Okay, are they doing something with the gold? Okay, good. I'm listening, right? You know, it's just like if the main... What's that? Yeah, but can you still hear me?
Yes,
Am I clear?
yes, yes, you are.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Great. So they had that one parody episode that they made where they went meta, because the show was already meta for talking about basically all the shit going on at Dulce S4 Area 51 in this kind of way. Eventually, with with everything they were doing, not only getting into the concept of the the sky gods being aliens, which is really an imposter syndrome, because the gods have always been here, but outsiders came and convinced us that they were them. This is the story of the Anuna when they arrived. That's all understood. So, but it doesn't. But it acts like these gods didn't exist before they came. That's the only difference between the mainstream way that they do things, like with the Stargate mythology, versus telling you the actual truth, which is how Palturing works, which is what the Bible is. So yeah, they had the meta episode with the wormhole. It was just like, it was called like Wacky Wormholes or something. I don't remember, but it was out of it was the one episode that was out of the Stargate continuity and universe, and was put into a realer world like our own, in which I think there was a TV show about Stargate in the show, while they're doing the real thing, which is a little bit different in that episode because it's based on realer stuff. It was quite the it was an awesome story. It was one of the first times they'd ever done that in a TV show.
Yeah, that comes up a number of times, and it keeps coming up. And here's where it gets interesting, right? I think the U.S. intelligence services disclosed the secret base, which was a scientific research base underneath Cheyenne Mountain, right? Which is quite incredible if you think about it, right? Because the whole time that they were actually doing stuff, there was actually still a classified. In other words, that meant that people could go to jail, because classified means classified, right? You're not allowed to disclose it.
Yep.
A classified scientific site, which was an underground base underneath Cheyenne Mountain, which is exactly where Stargate was. And I think they disclosed about 10 years ago. Was it 10, 12, something like that?
Well, there's been a lot of things. I mean, exposure, it's like the media doesn't talk about these things because it's in cooperation with the intelligence agencies, but that's not the Mockingbird level. That's just the agreement to not talk about something as a because I believe you that it's a national intelligence secret, and I want to be helpful like that, as opposed to deliberately gaslighting you. That's when you get Mockingbird about it, right? So, like Area 51, for example, I was friends with Dr. Sean David Morton. A lot of people don't know that. When I was at Revolution Radio in 2012, I eventually became his producer. I recently had his widow on my show, who is starting to go out and do things now in her own right. And, she went through quite a few months of mourning, right? It's been a year since she lost her Sean, right? This is the difference between people that are authentic and people that are like Erica Kirk. But anyway, that's another story because I have a big mouth. Area 51, we keep talking about it, right? We have enough free speech where things bypass their bullshit intelligence operations, and we keep talking about it. They have to keep changing the mythology of government to protect their lives. So now it's the great confusion between what is secret government and what is aliens approaching, right? And so it's Schrodinger's invasion. It's either a psyop or the real deal until it's in your face and it collapses the waveform.
I think there's a lot to this, and I think that this might not seem relevant, but I think this is really all quite relevant because it's got a lot to do with our mental attitude and our mental outlook towards reality. And I think that that is fundamentally the key towards good health and maintaining good health, generally speaking. And they want us to be sort of living in a shell of ignorance. So Area 51 has become totally extraterrestrialized, where it probably has less to do with extraterrestrials, more to do with our own ancient heritage. It's probably more to do with them finding our best technology that we used to have thousands of years ago, or even centuries ago, but they don't want us to. So it has to be ET.
Right.
It has to all be ET. And it's almost like a bird of a smoke. Now you've got all these people waiting for them to take them away and save them.
and this would be on top of any historical value of the land from the people whom were here before, which could include people that were here before the last people that were encountered by our forefathers here. Because, you know, the natives will tell you that they took this land from other people, including the red-haired giants, right? Everybody is theoretically an immigrant. So the immigrant in and of itself argument is invalid. The truth of the matter is you hold what's yours. You keep what you hold. And if you say you don't want something on what you can hold, that is your right. It is not your right to do harm to other people. And it's certainly not your fault that somebody else was in charge and screwed up the place. Right? So anyway, this is me just seizing opportunities to make arguments. Sorry, go on. Are you muted? Is my connection bad? What's going on? You're muted, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Sorry, everybody. I've got to remember to stop muting myself. Okay, so I think that we've reached a good point in this conversation where we're starting to look at the proverbial, I use this word very loosely, conspiracy ideas and theories, but how they are sort of related to and in a very big way, very profoundly connected to what we are sort of discussing here. And so with that in mind, cranking up some imagery, get a little bit of the images cranked up, baby. Let's crank it up. So here we have some of the old bells. Now, I'm sure most of you that are watching are aware that they used to have these bells, and these bells were obviously a big part of our past. I believe that they were used for healing, that they were used in very, very profound ways, that these harmonics created by the bells would have a powerful effect on our DNA and on our vibrational bodies as well as our consciousness. And so here's just a few pictures of sort of what we have to contend with. And I don't think we've recognized and realized the scale of how many of these bells there were that were removed. There were a lot of these bells, right? And we're not talking like thousands. We're talking every city. Here in my city, in Cape Town, they removed all of the bells. How's this for an image? Take a look at this image, right? That's a lot of bells, right? That's just
Yeah.
one city where they've been like collecting the bells to melt them up because they needed the metal for the war, right? Which
Right.
is a plausible excuse, but like, yeah, I'm not buying it. This was the industrial age, right?
Yeah. Now,
You know,
the
to
bell.
separate those metals, they had mixed metals. The work to separate all those metals is not necessarily that easy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're saying. It's like they didn't need the munitions. The munitions was more of a byproduct of their need to destroy the bells. They were repurposing places that had bells. And yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, where I live here in Greenwich, when I grew up in the 80s, I always remember that distinct, ringing of the church bells in the distance. And the only reason why I grew a resent for it was because of the projection of the bad example of Christianity, which was working with something that was healing, right? And I think ultimately there's the evil in destroying. Like, I'll put it to you this way: I have a feeling that in a war, people would hear the church bells, right, and they'd go to church, and in church, if there was an agreement and somebody said we need people to be soldiers for God, right? I think there was a time where the church bell became a symbol of war, because people would go to church peaceful, and they'd come out some sort of zealot, right? And so, because we're talking about World War One, World War Two, where are most of these pictures of this harmonic Holocaust coming from?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and some of these bells were like absolutely massive. Yeah. There were bells that were like the size of like the two-story building, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And these bells, when they rang, they would have like incredible effects, right? On our consciousness, and sort of
Yeah.
aligning our brain waves with our heart, with our physical body. And the tone of a bell, like we've rediscovered a lot of this. It's been rediscovered, sadly, by the new age, by a lot of the like really somebody asked
Yeah.
about what is it, toxic positivity. Ducklister was asking about toxic positivity, which I think is like a curse of the new age. Not that I think positivity is not healthy. I think positivity is really, really healthy. But
Yeah.
toxic
Yeah.
positivity is when it's like, oh no, I'm not going to think about that because it brings me down, right? Like we can't talk about that because it's a downer, it's a negative. Let's just talk about the sweet, lovely, positive things. No, you got to look at the negative things. You got to look at the full spectrum. You got to be able to look at the fact that
Yes.
like we're
Yes.
being controlled by a bunch of narcissists that are after our kids,
Yeah.
right?
Another
Like,
good question to ask the person of that mindset is: are you prepared to ask yourself why you are terrified that dark thoughts will have such a personal, terrifying, evil influence upon you? Why are you so, like, because, like, for me, it was never like, I knew that I had, like, some wildness and that I might be a little bit naughty. I might punch somebody just because I'm angry. Like, I'm thinking to myself as a kid, looking at morality issues and asking myself, this thing that I think my God disagrees with, I really, really like, but it's called evil. And it's kind of makes a good point. It does look like a demon. It did do something horrible, but I don't know why, but I gotta fucking understand this better, because I feel like there's something I'd never do here, but something that I wish I could if I were the good guy and the victim was evil itself. That's kind of where my mind was processing and couldn't really say, because it wouldn't make sense to somebody who was still in that world, because I'm growing up as the authentic soul, pretending that I'm supposed to be limited to my parents' Garden of Eden.
Yeah, you know that whole story. Like, I was demonized when I was 9 by my teachers, and it actually led to a whole lot of trouble, which was really good for me. Like, in the long run, it made my martial arts really, really good. There's nothing better in martial arts than not being scared of being hit, right? Like, you just don't top that. When you're not scared of getting hit because you've been hit before, you're like, oh, that's pretty cool, actually. I can roll with this. Yeah, okay, I can take it. I'll survive. But because there was a big bully in my and he was like this big guy, and I was like really small. But my dad had taught me to fight when I was little. Like, he was professional. And anyway, long story short, first day of school, and this guy's like picking on me. I'm small, whatever, and I need to go to the loo. He's not letting me go to the toilet. I'm trying to walk that way. He's standing in front of me, walking over. No, you can't walk this way. We're playing here. So I try and walk the other way around. No, you can't go this way. We're playing here. Now the toilets are on that side. I have to get there to go to the loo. And this is going on for like 5 minutes. And I'm like saying, listen, dude, I just want to go to the toilet. I don't want to disturb you. So anyway, I walk all the way around, and he comes and he does it again. And I said to him, like, you're full of crap. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. So he starts pushing me, and he pushes me, and he pushes me all the way across the playground. And I'm saying, look, please don't do this. Third time, he was too big. I couldn't hit him. I had to jump up and hit him. But my dad had taught me how to flying punch. And I hospitalized him. Like, I floored him single straight right, knocked him out, KO, and he had to go. He was a hair lip after that. And he needed like reconstructive surgery. And they were like, this is unheard of for a 9-year-old to do this. And I was like, they wanted to put me on Ritalin. And I said, no, there's no way you'll put me on Ritalin. My mom was sitting next to me crying. And I said to the headmaster, I said, there is no way you'll put me on Ritalin. If I have to, I'll call my dad and he will come here, and then you'll see what no means. Like, I told the headmaster. You understand what no means.
Yeah. Well, you see, like you obviously had a dragon of a father behind you, right? I'm 9 years old, and my I unfortunately know that my father serves the system, right? Like my mind, I let myself get bullied a lot, and it was hard for me to figure out what to do with myself, right? I had fear of getting hit. Oh my God, yeah. I still have some of that. I don't got enough fucking time sparring with people. I don't have, my one friend who I could spar with is too busy to spar with me all the fucking time. So
it's healthy to get hit a bit. It's good to get hit. Like,
I know it's almost a necessary part of life, I think.
It's like I got hit every day. Listen to this. So after that, they were going to expel me, and they made me promise that I would not hit another child in the school. And my dad had taught me ethics. So I was like, okay, I make a promise. My mom was crying. She was like, they're going to kick you out of the school. They were going to basically expel me on my first day of school. And so I made a promise. I said, look, I keep my promises. I looked the headmaster in the eye, and I made a promise I'll not. So when the other boys realized that I wouldn't ever hit anyone. And I didn't think to keep it a secret. I told everybody what had happened and that I made a promise. So they were like, oh, right. So they would want to hit me. So I'd be like, okay,
Right.
listen, dudes, if you guys want to hit me, let me meet you around the back of the school. Then you guys can beat me. I don't want to look like I'm getting into a fight. I'm going to get expelled. So
you know what I would have said?
Back to the school and let like 12 guys beat up on me, and I would just be thinking to myself, this is pretty good training. They would just hit
you know what?
me and hit
I would have told him, if I had just enough clarity of mind at that age, I would have told him, I promise you, none of my classmates will provoke me ever again. You put the promise on them. You make a promise on them and see how they accept it. Because why would they say no to such a promise? Obviously, if the whole idea, right? It's just like your father gave you a weapon that is your body to take to school. And that's why you're being discriminated against, because you're old enough, you're over the age of 7, you're out of your mother's fucking care. That's the way we did it in ancient times. Because when you're 7, the boy is starting to play man.
Yeah, so anyway, I think like this is big like mindset stories that they get on us. Like they get into us when we're young in schools, and they either like there's bullying, and the bullying is like the teachers know the bullying's happening, right? Like those teachers, like when I floored that boy that day, I had about 20 kids, little girls coming to thank me. Like small little girls. He used to take my lunch money. He used to take my this. He used to take my chocolates. He used to take my this. This kid was a narcissist, nasty boy who was a big boy, bigger than all the others, and he would just go around doing what he wanted, beating up on kids, taking their school money, taking their lunch. And for the first time, he'd been put in his place, and he never bullied another kid ever again. So, the teachers know that this is happening and they allow it. So if you're a bully, you get away with it. But if you put a bully in their place, they got to get rid of you. And I think it says a lot about the system, because they're getting into our consciousness. They want to school us. They want to use peer pressure, right? And that peer pressure, it's very subtle. It's not just about like what's happening in the school ground. It's about learning to bow to authority. It's about learning to, that man's a doctor. He knows best. Let him tell you what to do. And there you go. That's it. I know nothing. He's a doctor. He knows everything.
Yes.
Don't question. When I was in the UK and I was looking after people in a nursing home, once I got this like, sort of lung infection. And what it was an unnatural infection. It wasn't a lung infection. Sorry, it was a throat infection. No, it was a lung infection. Sorry, I'm wrong. And I'd gone to the doctor, and because I was taking off like a week and a half of work. I was on antibiotics. It was the one time I was sick in the last sort of quarter century. Well, no, it was a few times I've been sick, not many, but it was the one time I'd gotten really sick, and it was in a nursing home, so I couldn't go to work, right? Because if you get sick and you go to a nursing home, you make all the old people sick, right? And I was doing palatal care. I was looking after people that were basically leaving the world, something I spent 1.5 years doing in the UK, looking after people palatal, which is like, it's a very powerful medicine to submerge yourself into, being with people in their last minutes, the last hours, and holding their hand through the transition. And anyway, the so-called doctor, she didn't check my blood pressure. She didn't check my pulse. She didn't ask me much about anything. I came in, she spent 2 minutes with me, and she said, I'm going to put you on this antibiotic. And I said, hold on, what's this antibiotic for? She said, it's for you. And I said, no, what's it for? What infection is it for? She said, it's for a throat infection. And I said to her, I don't have a throat infection. I had a throat infection, but it's actually a lung infection. She said, no, you got a throat infection. I said, no, I don't. I've got a lung infection. And then she said, look, I'm the doctor. I said, you didn't take my blood pressure. You didn't check my heart.
Right.
You've spent 70 seconds with me, and you've prescribed me an antibiotic, and I believe you prescribed the wrong one. I'm not impressed with this behavior, I said. And I got up and I walked up, made a complaint to the surgeon. I said to them, this doctor is incompetent. I don't want to see this doctor. Can I see a real doctor, please? They gave me a real doctor. I went 3 days later or 2 days later to a real doctor. They did a proper checkup, and they realized that I did indeed have a lung infection, and I did indeed need a different antibiotic. Now, most people would doubt themselves. But this is my body. You're telling me that the infection's in I can feel it in my lungs. Don't tell me I'm an idiot.
It's a completely different
doctor.
You went for a second opinion, and you went to a guy who actually, ran tests on you, right? Being a doctor means you have permission to test me, right? Because I can trust you with procedure. Procedure is precedes things like after treatments, right? Which taking antibiotics is something you're going to go poison yourself at home on your own fucking time. Right? And that's a liability fucking shield while he gets to take in big pharma fucking money, and it's all fucking legal. And you don't know how many rights you have. You do. You know it on an internal soul level, let the law be damned. And that is how it works. The second opinion. We used to have the idea of the second opinion. You don't just take somebody face value. They have to actually examine you. Right? Dr. Fauci has never been in an examination office as a doctor in his life. He's a bureaucratic doctor on paper, in the field on paper. He gets to play with it, and he gets a liability shield while people following orders are slaughtering innocent animals for absurd tests.
Oh gosh, don't even get me going with that. I remember seeing the video of the monkeys with the crash helmets, and it broke my heart. How much how much impact can a monkey's head take before it gets brain damaged? And I actually had an ex-girlfriend, true story, and she was a research coordinator in the UK, Scotland. She was one of the higher people in Scotland's NHS. So she was like scale 8. That's like high management, right? And we had a disagreement. And the disagreement we had was about rats and mice. And I was so disgusted. I was like, I don't know if I can do this. If that's how you feel about like testing animals, like, you know what, if you think it's for the greater good, I'm like, I'm sorry. I can't do this. I was like, bye-bye. We don't see eye. We ended up having arguments about ridiculous things about like testing animals, and what is and isn't for the greater good of humans. And, the scale of harm that we do to animals, which is completely unnecessary, right? Because we actually have had, we've had medicine around for thousands of years. Yeah. It's not like we were desperate to develop these new drugs and new medicines. Namaste. Okay. So I don't know what happened. Maybe I should have told you guys that I screwed up the time zone last week, but anyway, it's all good. Did I start early this week? No, I didn't. Okay, good. But we've got Cosmic and we've got Indie Sage joining the crew, joining the party, coming on.
We set our clocks. We set our clocks for the winter in the States. So
Yeah. And in the
Very
UK,
nice.
I tried to account for it last week. I messed up on the flyer and I had to redo it. It was a bit embarrassing because we don't set our clocks here. So I always get confused. Is it that way or that way? But we've got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is an anthropologist. He's a healer. He works with his shadow work, but he's also works with various different occult principles as well. And he's a Virgo, so he does a lot of research. So he's got his fingers in all the pots. We've got Cosmic here. Cosmic works with the Fae. He's also got a lot of background in different occult therapeutics and different Western occult systems. Indy is also deeply rooted into shamanic shamanism, as well as embedded within Taoism. Cosmic had a background in Western esoteric practices and chaos magic, but he's been working for the last few years at least with the Fae. What is it, like 4 years, Cosmic? Channeling them, John D without a
Probably
crystal ball.
longer than that, honestly. I'm almost
Exactly.
losing track at this point.
A whole lot of years. He's got a language, he's got a system, he's got cosmology, he's got cosmicology, cosmology. Hey, how's that for a cool name for your YouTube channel, huh? Cosmicology.
It's not bad.
And it's ecology is written in there with an E. Cosmicology. I don't know. Just playing with words. Anyway, without any further ado, please give us a bit about yourselves. Say hello. And it's an honor to have you guys all here. Well, Zerilat and myself have been dipping our tongues into the flavor. Big love.
Cool. So glad to be here today for the discussion on the 3 kinds of healing. And this is something I have some personal experience and practice with. So it should be a fun and exciting discussion. And again, I'm Indy Sage. And you can also find me as Raw Sentinel on Instagram. And and Indy Sage on Facebook. Check me out. And I got my blog, vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. Feel free to check out some of my work. It's open source work on there. Feel free to use it in your own works.
And hey guys, what's up? Cosmic Prankster here. Like Bush Wesper mentioned before, I am a practitioner of the Fae, and maybe one thing I could probably talk about from my experience is how the Fae have sort of healed me in my everyday life and some of the benefits I've had working with these entities, because it's not just like magical secrets and stuff that they've been teaching me. They've also been helping me with my personal life. They're like counselors I can kind of talk to, just sort of like just give me a different perspective on things and stuff. And they're just really nice to have around. I'm done. I think you're muted, Franklin.
Yeah, no, somebody's got to be muted.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not me.
On that, I'll just mention I'm gonna guest work on this 3 kinds of healing. Being we got the physical healing, the emotional healing, and the psychological healing, or we could have like astral, etheric, and physical plane, I guess. I don't know. Physical bodies.
It's probably going to make the same guess, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've always operated in the with my Elder Futhark practice with the alignment of the 3 eighths, which is the 24 Futhark divided by 8 into 3 sections, and the Fehu through Wunyo is the physical world. Haglas through Sol is the psychological world, which is also the world where you go through the most challenges. And then Tir through Othal is the spiritual realm.
That's is that your system or is that the Norse? Thing?
That's the Norse system as a whole. There's a progression of the Elder Futhark runes, which is kind of like an alchemical transformation progression.
Yeah.
When you go through them in alphabetical order, and it goes from the physical to the mental to the spiritual.
Cool.
It's like the tarot, like you go through the hero's journey in the major arcana.
I mean, I guess that makes sense because with like the tarot, there's also the I forget what is the name for the Hebrew symbols or glyphs. I forget what those are called, but anyway, those are all in the path of the tarot, and those represent the 20, 21, 22 major arcana. So I guess that makes sense. The whole Futhark rune thing.
Yeah. It's something you realize when you're doing readings on runes. What the placement for why things are next to each other in a series, right? Fehu is about your resources. Uruz is about your strength and your health in general. Trisaz is about how you protect yourself. Ansu's is about how you think. Is about the actions you perform. Kenaz is about your abilities. Gebo is about what you have to give, and Lo is about the satisfaction of your work. And that's how you go through the physical transformative process.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, because I think there's a lot more that we're going to discover as we get more aware of just how this system is wired. Because you've got like 23 pairs of chromosomes, right? And the 23rd pair of chromosome is really just an X and a Y determining male and female. So it's essentially defunct, right? It switches male, female. That's all it does. All the information of who you are, of your ancestral lineage, of your physical body, your thought patterns, your mental, emotional, hormonal, everything is covered in 22 pairs of chromosomes, which is why, like in the Kabbalah, you will be facing a tree and backing into a tree. And so you'll find that it's confusing sometimes when you look at some Kabbalistic glyphs where the tree will seem like it's inverted left to right. Well, it depends on which tree you're working with, the macrocosmic tree or the microcosmic tree, the tree behind or the tree in front. And so this is quite interesting how, and the tree in the front and the tree in behind is laced in to a polarizing system, which effectively becomes one tree, where the chokmah in the front is connected to the bina at the back, right? And the bina in the front is connected to the bina in the back. So you've got this polarization system of 4 trees, apparently, but there's actually just 2 trees speaking to each other, and they speak in polarities. So, like when you look at that, you'll see that you've got these 22 paths that relate to these 22 relationships between the macrocosmic and the divine, and the microcosmic and the mundane. And although maybe it's not quite that simple to explain of mundane and because they both have a mundane complement part, and they both have a spiritual element. But regardless, it's like sort of you see these 22 pairs, and then the tree in the front and the tree in the back becomes the 23rd pair. So we're really talking to our chromosomes when we're working with the tarot. We don't realize this. And our chromosomes are talking to us. So it's like it's a direct communication vehicle for the ancestral intelligence and awareness that's hidden in our DNA to be able to be expressed. And it's basically like Hollow Bone Hawk. Hello there. I was just thinking of her, and there she is. Ding, synchronicity. As she would tell you, like, she uses muscle testing a lot, and she advises all of her clients, use muscle testing, which is like, it's not so far away. Hey, Vincent, namaste. Systematic Zoo, namaste. Hope you guys are all good. You guys are thriving. So, it's very similar. Muscle testing is allowing the ancestral internal information in the body, which is basically DNA, right? Because it's in the body, to be expressed in the same way when you dowse for water, in the same way when you use a pendulum, in the same way when you use a set of cards that represent these 23 relationships of the chromosomes and the DNA. Shalom, shalom. Hey, Systematic. What's up, brother? So, yeah, this is really interesting. And be aware that when you're looking at 23 elements, there will always be 22 relationships between the first and the last. There's an interesting concept to consider. The mystic number of 23 becomes 22, and 23 is that very feared unlucky number, like number 13, that has 12 relationships between the first and the 13th, right? So there's this mystic expression of 12 through 13, mystic expression of 22 through 23. So, yeah, man, I think there's so much more to the tarot. And those pictures, like, they talk to something so primal, man. Like, it's,
Yeah.
I can never put my finger on it. Yeah, brother, fire away.
They are archaic. They're archaic angles of meaning, right? The runes. They are different interpretations of 45 and 90-degree angles. That's what you're getting out of the runes. And you'll see a uniformity in that trait with a handful of unicorns, where everything you'll see is at a 45 or 90-degree angle.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Because, like, it's something that I probably haven't really explained very well. But getting into this, and now we're sort of getting to the bridge. We're getting to that all-important bridge, I believe, which is a bridge between where does thought healing, physical healing, and use energy as a conduit. And I do think that this is like really like the three elements of healing will usually work together. Normally it will be one sort of taking the lead and another sort of being in a position of, how can I put it, of being the cause or the effects, right? So we can use the cause or the effects with regards to this. And like, if you look at this enneagram that I've got here, right? So this is the Chaldean enneagram. This is how it was seen on the Chaldean seal. This is what that Ikazo guy that made the other thing. This is what he was reading about in the books. This is what he was looking at, and this is the Kabbalah. This is the tarot. We are looking at the tarot. As mind-blowing as that sounds, right? So you've got according to these colors, you've got yellow and you've got blue, right? and you've got yellow, you've got 18 paths. You got 9 yellow connection points, like you can see, between 4 and 8, between 6 and 1, between 2 and 6, between 5 and 1, and 1 and 6. You can see all these connections being shown there. And then the blue is between 5 and 6. Between 5 and 7, and 7 and 9, and 9 and 2, and 2 and 4, 2 and 6. So you can see how these relationships between the 9 numbers are being facilitated. And we've got 18. And then we've got the green. Now, if you look at the green consists of 3 separate triangles, right? Those are 3 mother letters. So those 3 mother letters would represent Aleph, which represent the Fool, would represent the Hanged Man, Mime, and would represent the Final Judgment, the second last trump, or Shin, the tooth, the primal fire. And this is the 3 elements, right? Air, fire, water. Mime being water, which is the Hanged Man, which is, representative of water. And so then you've also got these 3 triangles. Each one of them represents one of those, right? So each triangle represents a mother letter. So you've got 21 covered within these 3 triangular sets. And then it gets interesting. You've got a circle that connects all of them. And that circle that connects all of them is Malkut. Is also the world card. The world is where all of the other trumps converge, right? It's where everything is happening. Everything is being followed back to its proverbial source. So if you think of that, that's a path that connects all of them neurologically. And so you've got literally 22 trumps here. You've got 22 relationships expressed in the geometry. And then you've got the 9 minor arcana with the 10. The 10 represents when the 9 crosses the event horizon in the center to arise back at 1. It carries the nothingness from the center, right? And the nothingness in the center is represented by a 0, because 0 is not a number. So when the 9 has been completed, you move to an octave above, which is 10, right? And in that octave above, which is 10, the next one, but it's the bigger octave. So you've got literally the minor arcana here being represented. And then you've got something else happening too, which is interesting. You've got the 5 sitting in the center, as it does with the Saturn square, which is normally one of my go-to things. And so 5 being in the center is rather fundamental and sigil. Let me pull that up for you guys so you can see what I mean. For those that are new and are watching the show retrospectively, basically, this idea is, there we go. No, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. That's the one. This is the one, ladies and gentlemen. So you can basically see very clearly when you look at the Saturn square just how important that number 5 is. And that shows you another set of relationships, right? And those set of relationships being shown there are rather quite fundamental, because you can see them clearly here, right? So here you see the Saturn square. I hope we can see it. Yes, we can. Good move. So as you see with the Saturn square, move it over there so I don't lose it. You see the 5 at the center, the point of convergence. And then you see these relationships here, right? You see a relationship between 8 and 2, right? And you see a relationship between 4 and 6. You see a relationship between 1 and 3. In the same way you see a relationship between 9 and 7, right? And so when you come back here to look at the Enneagram and you're looking at these relationships that are being shown to you, you can see here very clearly the relationship between 1 and 7. Okay, so I think we've got a different version of Zerilat with us. There we go. So basically, you've got these 4 polar relationships revolving around the 5, which are the 4 suits, right? Clubs, cups, pentacles, and swords. And you can also see that there are 4 court cards that are also represented by this polarity. So you've got the king, the queen, the prince, and the princess in older tarot sets, or the page, for example, and the knights and the pages, for example, the kings and queens. Depends on what tarot set you've got as to what they'll be called, but there will be 4 of them. So you can see those 4 relationships are represented in the enneagram. The minor arcana is represented as 4 sets of octaves shifting upwards, which is the spiral. The 21 relationships of the major of the tarot are all inside, and the 22nd one, which is the world, is the shape of the donut that you're looking through, like a tube. So you're looking through a tube, which is the circle on the outside, which is the world. And in that world, you can see all the other relationships. The minor arcana, the major arcana represent basically the structure of this enneagram, which is quite incredible if you think about it. Yeah. So I'd say like that tarot is like this. It's the gift that just keeps giving, man. You had something you were going to flash up, Indy. Let me pull this off the stage quickly. Indy had something that he was flashing up.
Yeah, Zerlath might take interest in this. This is the traditional body soul complex right here, apparently.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
There's the 3 principles that he mentioned earlier. The hammer, which is the body or the form, and the Huger, which is the mind or thought, and then the Filja, which is the guardian or the follower. And
Yes.
And there's different ones as well that weren't mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know anything about
yes.
those other ones?
Yeah, that symbol is on the front of the coat I was just wearing 5 minutes ago. It's a little bit different, but it's the same exact thing. It's only different in that the shapes are it's more egg shaped than this.
Okay.
That's a big difference, right? But everything is in the same place with the same trifecta overlay. You've got that crescent symbol above and below the yin yang over there. Yeah, that's all part of it. That's in Seth Bose's temple teachings, and it's called the psychosomatic northern soul, which is a variant form of the same principle. And that symbol can be seen in the 9 Doors of Midgard by Edred Thorson, aka Stephen Flowers, which I did read on my channel. You can check that out.
Cool. That's amazing symbol right there. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Each one of those corresponds to a realm of the 9 realms of the Norse, also, by the way. So it's kind of an interpretation of Yggdrasil in that fashion.
So there's 2 like large circles that encompass these smaller sets of 4 circles on the top, but the bottom circle does break the sphere of the top circle, although it creates that crescent moon where it makes the break. And then there's 3 other circles below that bottom circle. So there's like 4 circles on the bottom, and then 1 circle on each of the 3 top. It's a fascinating arrangement, and kind of I see in it like the cross in it, kind of like the crucifix, kind of an arrangement with the circles, almost. Although I don't think that would be intentional, really.
Which sphere, Zeroleth, which sphere would you, I guess Indy could answer this question too, since he knows the chart. Which sphere here is related to the realm of dreams? Because I'm looking at this this combination of Hammer, Sol, Slathier, and Lik. I think I'm pronouncing that, probably not pronouncing it at all. Reminds me of the Zaphras symbol in my own system, which is the symbol for the dream realm. And I'm looking at, like, so you see, I know that he says Hamir is the physical self. And in Zarfexology, there's a kind of a thing where it's at a higher dimensional level, the self sort of splits into sort of 4 different forms. It's kind of like a quad sort of forms. And I kind of see that here with like the sphere at the bottom kind of coalesce with the 3 spheres on top, making it a sort of a quad type situation. And it's kind of similar in Zarfexology too, how the Zaphras, the symbol, which is the circle at the bottom, and the sort of the 2 crescents that support it, kind of making it look like a scrying ball, is also sort of below that kind of this 4 sphere dynamic that sort of sits above it, because there's basically the lower parts, the lower dimension. So would you say that I guess if this is a model of the tree, I guess it would make sense that the lower parts would represent the underworld and the upper parts represent the upper, more interconnected heavenly worlds. But I just kind of want to make my own comments, as I'm noticing there's some parallels with my system too, with what I'm seeing here. I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
I don't remember. I one of the things I have to go back to because in the 9 Doors of Midgard, and it's as the only source that has specifically mapped it out. But there is the answer to that question of which one of those corresponds to Niflheim, which would be the realm of dreams. So if you go to 9 Doors of Midgard, you will see where he corresponds to Niflheim. Niflheim is your dream realm. That's the one you're talking about.
All right, cool.
Yeah, this is all very interesting, and I see it just dovetails. Like every system seems to speak the same language. And like when we look at this, like basically, I'm seeing the enneagram here, and those 3 elements seem to be the 3, 6, 9 that we keep talking about, right? Which you see reflected in the enneagram, which also represents 9, 9 spheres, 9 gateways, shall we say, that are all coalescing in the sphere, or in a sphere of activity, shall we say, which we would consider as reality. From a perspective of shamanism speaks about 3 types of dream time that coalesce into this 4th type of dream time that we're experiencing. So in this 4th type of dream time, you've got the underworld, which is its own dream time. Then you've got the middle world, which is its own dream time. And then you've got the divine world, which is also a dream time. In the middle world of dream time is where you usually will get prophetic notions or spiritual messages, or healing will often happen through the middle world. The underworld will often be to do with like quests for power, personal recognition, realization in that way. The divine plane will be the liberation, for helping with those souls over, right? So, and you can see this powerfully with the Kabbalistic cosmology too.
Hey, video's acting. It keeps dropping out and then going back up and then dropping back down. Are you hearing this, Cosmic?
Yeah, I'm hearing it too.
Yeah.
It gets like really quiet, then really loud.
Yeah. It sounds like a faulty microphone connection.
It might be like if you turn off maybe one of the background sound features or something, it could.
Okay, let me go and check.
That sounds a little better. Let's see. Keep talking. No, it dropped again. It's low.
Is that better now?
So, and it's still low.
Still low. There.
That's better.
Let me touch up let me go and take a look at what's going on my audio.
No, it jumped up again.
Okay, so it's going up and down. That's pretty annoying, eh? Echo cancellation is on. Reduced background noise is off, is on. Is that better now? Is that more consistent while I'm talking? Is that loud enough?
It was, and it jumped up.
Okay, so this is how it needs to be. Okay, I get it. So let me know
Now
if
it's
it
good.
does that. Did you say it's good now?
It dropped down again.
That is so strange, man, because it's not my I can see my mic levels here in my I've got a box. This is StreamYard.
It jumped up. Yeah, it's the StreamYard features probably. It might be the
Yeah.
background and cancel the background things. It could be that.
When you put that stuff off, though, what happens is the volume goes really up or low. Could I ask you guys, could you all mute your mics? And let's try muting our mics while people are talking, because sometimes the feedback of that causes this problem I've noticed in the past. So let's see if the sound, and if it drops off again, let me know. But I'm gonna guess that that's what the problem is. Sometimes it does that. I've noticed, because other people's mics pick up. Am I right, Indy? The sound is constant level now, right?
Yeah, it's perfect now.
Exactly. It's StreamYard. It does that sometimes. So yeah, what I was saying was that in the Kabbalistic system, it doesn't disagree with that at all. In fact, the 369 is fundamental. In Kabbalistic cosmology, as I learned it, and this was some time ago, Yetzirah is responsible for your normal dreaming, which is the sphere of formation, thought objects. So a lot of our dreams are in the etheric plane. And Yetzirah represents your normal working out of your unconscious thought patterns. Then the Bria is considered more to do with your emotional nature, and often to do with more spiritualized or prophetic dreams in Yetzirah. And the absolute, that's for having like literally divine experiences with Godhead in your sleep. So if you are having like a premonition in a dream, that would be considered Bria. If you are actually in your dream meeting like God, you're having an absolute experience in your dream time. So I think all three, it would stand to reason that, like with all the other systems, that all three probably represent different types of dreaming, if that makes sense. I don't know. What do you guys think?
What kind of dreaming would you see Yetzirah is?
Yetzirah is your normal dreams.
Normal
like
dreams.
I say normal, but you standard issue kind of dreaming.
That's fascinating. It really lines up with the Greek system of the three dream gods that were the sons of the sleep god. You got Morpheus, the god of premonitions, which lines up with Bria. And then there's the different gods. There was Phobos, also known as Isotor, who was like the god of nightmares. And then there was the god of fantasy, Phantos. But I think he had other names as well. And there was a name
I just
for
realized
them.
what the problem was. By the way,
What's up?
you know when you brought that image up, you didn't mute the screen audio.
Oh.
It always does that on StreamYard, guys. Whenever you share an image, at the bottom of the screen, it asks you, there's a little icon for audio. Always turn the audio off. I've always noticed it messes with the audio of the people. It goes up and down on different levels. Some of the mics, whenever you have the extra, this image on the screen, I've muted it now. I don't know if you can see in the bottom right. But and I guess that my audio isn't blinking out anymore.
About Phobos, which is where we get the word phobia, and it's that nightmare Titan. Mars's moon, one of its two moons, is Phobos, and then they named the other one. It rhymes with Phobos and something. They were both archetypes of. They're both aspects of war, because war creates nightmares, and then the other one was also a similar trope to war. They had corresponding names and they were related. I can check, but I'm afraid to close the screen on my mobile device.
There was Isolus and Phobator, also known as Phobos, and they were connected. I would think Isolus might be like the military warmonger one, potentially. And then Phantos is also known as Phantastus. They're the Wanneroi or the Wanneros, and they are the sons of Nyx, who is Night, the mother, and the brothers of Hypnos, Sleep. Sometimes they're said to be the sons of Hypnos, or the sons of Gaia. Either Gaia or Nyx is the mother. Sometimes Pasithea.
Yeah, the other moon is called Deimos, so it's literally like the realm of the daemons or the geniuses, right?
And Phobos.
Yeah, so fear and genius and circle war. That's the mythology of Mars.
Are those the moons of Mars?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And anybody that ever played Doom in the 90s knows that.
Yeah,
because
I know all about that.
Because you got to go through 2 moons before you go to Mars, before you go to hell. Before you go to hell on Earth.
It's been a while since I played Doom, man.
Doom is a forever game. Original Doom in the MS-DOSy way that it is will always be. Like, all sorts of people love it.
Yeah, it's because it was before all the crap. It was just a good game. It wasn't about the graphics, was it? It was about the gaming. So that's what you get when you build something that's built for utility.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you can have a knife that looks good, or you can have a knife that just stays sharp and cuts well.
It was designed to be Dungeons and Dragons as a straight action dungeon crawl where you play a barbarian type character, but it's science fiction. And that's where the idea for Doom came from. A bunch of gamers that played Dungeons and Dragons and wanted to get into computer software gaming merged heavy metal, science fiction, and Dungeons and Dragons into an action game.
I find this image really interesting because when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing an enneagram. Like, I'm like, wow, this is mind blowing. This particular enneagram, I haven't really looked at it. I love the way it makes crescents. Eh?
Yeah.
It makes 3 lunar crescents.
3 crescents.
Yeah. 2 on the bottom, faced like as cups, and 1 inverted in the center. And right in the center as well, there's the what is that called again? The Piscis.
Vesica Pisces.
Sorry?
The Vesica Piscis.
Yes, exactly. Right in the center there, with the inverted crescent sort of touching the center of that Vesica Piscis point, which is quite interesting, you know, in itself, I think. Where did you find this particular image?
I just found it from a search on presearch.com. It's
I don't know why they've put that bottom circle so much to the right. I would have moved it more to the left. You know me, I like my symmetry. This is winding me up, but it's like,
well, this exact image is also in the Nine Doors of Midgard in the chapter talking about the traditional Northern Soul Complex, which is incorporated into Edred's cosmological system, which is very close, at least in that book. I explain it in my read about it, right? Because I don't want to misrepresent the temple teachings, but I showed you a few minutes ago the image, tried to get it clear. I don't have quite the flat surface to work with this one, and I can go grab it off the computer because I'm going to get on the computer in a minute. But you can see it. You can see it here, and this one is as Sethicus has designed it and has put on his swag, right? And so you can see how it doesn't have the figure 8 shape; it has the egg shape as a whole. You have. This is wrapping around the whole thing as a continuous.
Do you get like just a quick thing? Do you get a sense of a 3-dimensional aspect of this image? Because I'm looking at what does it say? It says Hamir.
Yeah, they're bubbles. They're like bubbles.
Platform. And
they're spheres.
And then this sort of the Hamir and cells, so sort of like a dais or something, and then everything else is kind of like upward, like a big crystal ball. I'm wondering if you.
Well, yeah, it's yeah, of course. We're using a 2-dimensional realm to kind of have a psychic discourse right now, right? And so the 2-dimensional realm gives us an opportunity for a 2-dimensional representation of something that exists in 5-dimensional space. This is a 2-dimensional representation of 5-dimensional space, which in its 3rd-dimensional form are going to be overlapping spheres.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to say it's 3-dimensional in the sense that if you draw a cube and you can kind of, or like a sphere, like a cube in 3 dimensions, even though it's in 2 dimensions, you can still see that there's an implication of a higher dimension being sort of described. And I can see a similar phenomenon happening with this particular image.
Right.
Yeah, that would stand to reason, wouldn't it? It would have to have a dimensionality. I think those crescents help that process along, doesn't it? Those crescents. I think it would be great to represent this with different colors, personally, and to straighten out that yang yin, make that yang yin work. It's not working for me.
Well, each realm, thus each corresponding part of the soul, 7 of them are the colors of the chakras. 2 of them do not represent chakras. They represent the ego and the unconscious, which are not chakras. They are these other aspects of our psyche of interest. And so, those, in my interpretations, I reserve for black and white in the obvious purposes as that, right? So that which is for the underworld, Helheim, that would be for the unconscious. And that which is in Jotunheim, that is for the ego. The realm of the giants and the realm of the dead.
Yeah, the underworld, exactly. So this brings us to an interesting point, the unconscious and the conscious sphere. I always like to equate the unconscious and the conscious to that like sort of relationship between the persona and the ego. The persona is the part of us that we know and show. The ego is the part of us that drives us, largely unseen. because we can see our persona, and it's what we show the world. And the persona is largely how we think of ourselves, right? Like we relate our persona to the thoughts in our heads and our ideas, where the ego is much more emotional and it's less tangible, but it displays itself through the workings of the persona. So that's quite interesting if you look at that as like an idea of persona and ego. And separated by, I'd love to see the viscous, the viscous piscis, not viscous piscis. What's the word again, Indy? The
Vesica Pisces.
Vesica Pisces, Vesica piscis Pisces. In the center between the two big ones, because that's like going to meet right at the center. That's like really interesting. You know, I think where that inverted crescent is a placeholder for it, if that makes sense. Which in itself is rather like quite fascinating how that sort of represents it. But that is like something that's quite, I think, fundamental. Like you see the three spheres that seems to be overlaid upon everything. And that three spheres being overlaid upon everything is then connected by that inverted thing. And I can't see exactly what that is. Is that und? Und.
Yeah.
Und. Does that relate to dog? Sirius, the dog star? Hey? Anybody?
Not sure. Is that a name for dog, you think?
Und.
Hound?
Well, it would be normally written with an H, but like if this is old, they might have old. Und means dog. I don't know if it was ever spelt in such a way.
It goes back
But
to
it-
duck.
Hey?
On dog, on odds. It goes
Could
back
be a
to
duck.
old Norse duck.
Oh, is that a duck? That's
Yeah.
interesting. Because a duck, that's, you know,
It's about
um,
breath, spirit, soul. But owned also means duck. It does sound like hound, though.
no, it.
Hound.
I wonder if that's so there would have been hunder,
Yeah.
which sounds like a chicken in more modern versions of the language, which is quite interesting. Hunder. So und in Afrikaans we say eend, which is basically the same word. Makes more sense actually. Und. I wonder how it was pronounced. Und. It says it's an O. It's interesting. But that would make sense because you see a lot of these old languages, like, for example, the breath in India is Hansa, or sometimes it's called Hamsa, which means a swan. And what is a swan but a glorified duck, right? I mean, a duck and a swan is like the way I see it, that they're very much the same creature in terms of what they represent, similar. It might just seem like a more refined idea of a duck, but you know, they just come from different parts of the world, I suppose. So yeah, the idea of this is representing that the feet are paddling, but it looks like it's totally stationary. Have you noticed how when they paddle across the water that they look like they've got like a motor underneath them? You never see them paddling. They're not like, they're just like, but the little feet are like flapping underneath there. But you would think that it was just relaxing and that it's like got like a little motor blowing out of its butt or something. Like a battery powered like motor blowing out of its butt and it's just chilling out there. But they're actually working pretty hard under the water. I think it represents reality as being what we see on the surface seems like a natural expression of what's happening, but underneath this natural expression of what's happening, there's a lot more going on that's hidden. There's a lot of, you see a film and you see like the actors, right? but you don't really consider that how many people are actually on set, and how much work goes into creating that shot and that set, and the script writers and the directors and the producers and the production team and the people who make the props and the people who edit the video. And all we see is the actual footage. We don't get to see the set. And if you were to walk on the set and see how it's being made, you'd be, wow, a lot goes into making that one shot. I think it's a little bit like that, what the duck represents. That's sort of interesting. Yeah.
It's interesting that they draw the connection between spirit and breath. They say that owned can mean breath or blow, but it also means duck. So I don't know if that has something to do with, maybe they had like a duck collar they would blow into. There might be some kind of a connection with the etymology of it. Maybe the duck
It's seen in Sanskrit,
blows.
right? I said Hansa. The word Hansa, do you know where it comes from? The word for swan. Han is the sound of the in-breath, and Sa is the sound of the out-breath. So when you're practicing the Hamsa meditation, you're listening to the sound of your breath coming in and listening to the sound of the breath exiting. And you internally intone the mantra of the internal breath, and you intone the mantra of the external breath. And these two bij seed mantras make up the word Hamsa. And that Hamsa is what's called Hansa, which means swan, which is a duck. So I think it's pretty universal that ducks and swans are connected to breath. Because like what more fundamental process is there towards health and life and being in the body than breath? And I think this sort of illustrates the connection between the different kinds of healing energy that's moving through our bodies, right? The thought energy is carried through our breath. The emotional and contextual energy is the breath is moving it. And the body is being structured and destructured by the breath, because the breath is bringing in the oxygen, and the oxygen is removing the carbon. And so the carbon of the body is being removed from the body by the oxygen of breath, which is why we have to eat, to keep replacing carbon and other minerals, because we're breathing out minerals all the time. So earth, yes, I like that, Howard. Zeus, totally, Vincent. I think there's a lot to be seen there. Like the body of Zeus represents the body of creation, and the lightning, I think, has got a lot to do with the energetic movement of breath through our consciousness. And so breath becomes more than just a symbol. It becomes our, for example, what's the quickest way to enter into altered consciousness that there is? And all the new ages are doing it, right? Breath work. So if you want to have an out of the body experience, the quickest way to do that is breath work. You want to connect with entities, the quickest way to do that is with your breath. You want to see auras, you want to open your chakras, you want to raise your Kundalini, what do you want to do? Breath is the fastest way to achieve any of these ends. But, the new ages are like, come and do this breath work and get an out of your body experience without necessarily being ready for it. Like in more traditional systems, there'd be a lot more training involved, so that when you have a connection with an entity, you're not going, holy crap, what do I do? It's like put you behind the wheel of a truck and say, off you go, buddy. That's the accelerator, that's the brake. Have fun. Don't mind the traffic. Maybe you should have learned to drive the truck before you got in, kind of thing. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Speaking of this, like as it relates, like this whole idea of New Age wanting to have these extra dimensional experiences in a hurry, fast food style.
The thing is, I don't know if New Age people actually understand how higher dimensions even work. So I'm obviously skeptical of that. But I think when it comes to the New Age stuff, I think the issue with New Age is that it's a lot more of an emphasis on aesthetics and appearances than actual, spiritual substance. That's kind of the way I look at it. Like, it has sort of the appearance of being spiritual, but when you kind of like actually sort of, look into it a little bit deeper and figure out what they're actually doing, it's actually kind of hollow and empty if you really look at it if you kind of put all the glitz and glamour out of the way, And I think a lot of that emptiness is, not only from, a lack of mystery. Because when I look at a lot of these New Age like mystical practices and beliefs, I actually really don't see a whole lot of originality when it comes to, people who believe in, star seeds and stuff like that, or any other kind of, metaphysical belief. There's no real sense of like, looking out there and trying to find something different, or even working with a system that has like a more of a traditional, a history and a lineage. A lot of New Age stuff is just kind of mixing and matching stuff. Like, one of the things that I found frustrating as an occultist is like, you try to look at like different like metaphysical systems, or maybe there'll be like a Lovecraftian system, or maybe there'll be some, I don't know, something maybe like Lord of the Rings or something and all of this stuff is just copy paste Kabbalah. It's just the same kind of, Kabbalistic, moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn progression for every religion. And there's no real originality to it. So I think the issue with New Age is sort of it's all appearances and not much substance.
Yeah, I really feel like that too. I feel like without some kind of grounding in the practice and some basic understanding of like banishing and protection spells and things like of the sort, just to feel like if you have an experience, you'll be able to be in a safe place where you can call away anything that's not in your favor. If there's some kind of experience beyond the veil, you can control what you allow to come through. And so to be able to have that confidence and that understanding, I think should be necessary to want to go in to have some kind of an out-of-body experience or hallucinogenic experience, a ceremonial ritual, I would hope.
The New Age people that I got going on, like, they just think they are protected already because they finally are spiritual and in a practice that's doing the thing for them, right? That would be like me abandoning all wisdom just because I do Qigong every night. It's just like, I'm a Qigong practitioner. I can let the demons in because I can kick them out, but we don't have to because they're my friends. That's why they're here, because true evil doesn't exist or it's terrified of me. Right.
Mhm.
And it's a certain level of naivete. It's just like I can do bragging rights about how things don't influence me, et cetera, et cetera. But that's also not coming from a place of having no balance between the higher and the lower forms.
To the question, would you allow somebody who doesn't believe in spiritual matters to be able to participate in a ceremonial ritual?
I guess it would depend, like, how are they willing to open themselves up to the experience? Because sometimes I think people are skeptical, but they really want it to be true. They really want it to believe. And then there's other types of skeptics who despise the idea it's real. And they go out of their way to defend the materialist possession. But I wanted to go back to what Zaralath was talking about earlier, because it was making me think of the YouTube algorithm basically gave me this Gnosticism video about basically the demiurge's final deception. And, it's like whatever, clickbait, Gnosticism on YouTube, whatever. But I thought it had a really interesting point, and it's something that I've been thinking about lately, and it relates to what we're talking about right now, is the idea that the demiurge's final trap is not so much out of like fear or darkness. It's actually a false light. And that false light is that sense of false enlightenment where you think you have everything figured out. you know, you're the shit. You've got all the secrets and mystery. You think you're enlightened. And when you think you're enlightened, there's a sort of spiritual complacency that comes with that. I think that's why a lot of people kind of have a hesitancy to actually admit, I am enlightened. Because like once you're enlightened, it's kind of like, you know, for a lot of people, the journey is over, bro. Now, personally, I think what, you know, most people call enlightenment is like barely even the beginning of the journey. But I think, you know, when it comes to spirituality, we can't just think about the darkness as being deceptive. We also have to see that light can be deceptive, because think about it, light can clarify, it can show the room, but it can also blind you. If I take a laser pointer and I shine that in both of your eyes, you are going to go blind from light. You are going to go blind from seeing a very bright light. And I think that's kind of what's happening with the New Age people. It's like they're staring into a light that's so deeply bright, it's making them blind.
Yes, that would be that would be correct. I had here, by the way, if Shaman could allow the share to go through, I have a picture of the image on the hoodie, just so you can get a nice, clear, definitive shape. That's right off of the YouTube channel, off the Black Earth Productions YouTube channel, the lesson on the psychosocial Northern Soul Complex. And so that is how you can see the overlays and the particularities of the shape. Like you can see how the fetch and the soul, like the soul overlaps the fetch ever so slightly, even though it's almost kind of wrapping around the whole thing, right? Little details like that actually matter. All of this is extremely particular and exact to what this kind of circular geometry is in the energy system. Everything overlays on purpose, intersects where it's supposed to intersect.
There seems to be an extra third crescent, like right at the bottom of the two middle circles below the self.
There's the soul crescent, the hide crescent, the Hamingya crescent, the Atham crescent, and the fetch crescent.
The one below the self right there, it doesn't have a circle that goes to it. It's just a crescent.
So, well, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. The self and the light. Well, no, the like is a crescent, and then the self is one of the many Vesica Pisces. There's a lot of creation, feminine creation life, yoni life, embedded into the symbol, right? So yeah, so the like is also a crescent. Now that I realize it.
But most of these make a circle, but the one between like and self seems to be its own little floating crescent right there, which
it kind of forms the shape of an eyeball if you think about it.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
it's
going for it.
Yes, it's the Hamingya, and yeah, the eyeball shape is an important aspect of what's in here. Yeah.
But
it also can look like a face to me, where the Hij and the Mine are eyes, the Wode is the forehead or the third eye area, right? And then like perhaps the hide or the like is a smile, that kind of thing, right? So there's a little bit of face in here too, as well.
Isn't the fetch isn't the one below the fetch the Heminger?
The fetch is the outer. This is the outer layer. This is the outer layer of the soul.
That
right?
be the Filja?
Yes, there's a slight variation on most of the names here as well. The fetch and the Filja is the same thing. Yes, they're slightly different names for the same thing. Like Philia and fetch, I believe both are correspondent to fetish and the energies of fetish magic.
I like that.
I will show you. I can also show you I'm gonna pop things over to which window do I want? Here we are. So here's 9 Doors of Midgard, and here's that figure on page 18 of the PDF. And then down below, he gets into it. So he explains the like, which is right here. It's this side of the yin yang, right? So I believe, so yeah, like the Haminga is in a different place in reality, right? And then the Philia is up here as the fetch. So that's a significant difference, right? Let me look and read what he says on the Philia, because I think the Philia is the correspondent to either Niflheim or Helheim. So the hue, the mine, and woad touch, but do not fully intersect. The fetch, yes, the fetch or the Philia. So he uses the term fetch, but he calls it the Philia in the diagram, which may be thought to be actually somewhat independent of the individual. Some individuals may not even have a fetch, or it may be poorly developed or very young. Work presented in the latter days will show you how to begin to work directly with the fetch. The fetch itself is in some a complex entity with as many as 3 aspects: an animal fetch, there may be more than one of these, a contrasexual fetch, a gender opposite that of the like to which it is attached, and an abstract geometrical shape, often a crescent. This is the faculty through which transpersonal powers, gifts, and responsibilities are transmitted, and the faculty in which the person's actions are stored, and from which these actions are reflected back in the individual life. In short, the fetch is the part of the soul that's interacting with your spirit guides. Because he just gave examples of ancestral spirit guides in Norse cosmology.
Cool.
Yeah.
This is a nice image with the egg. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me think of my Zerfaxes and how, in the sense, the boundary of the self, there's a sort of like a membrane of, you know, your own sort of personal Zerfax, which is your sort of your sphere of experience. So when you look around you and you see your 3-dimensional environment that surrounds you, that's the Zerfax you would have it. And the system that they talk that I'm working with, the idea is that in order to contact entities or do magic, you need to learn to perceive outside of your own personal sphere, to see the spheres that exist outside of your spheres. And I think this kind of lines up with this idea of fetch, this sort of the outer membrane of the self, as being the literal membrane that the spirit world comes to kind of intersect itself and interact with the self. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. Like, ooh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think it's really I like that it's a crescent, that it's an inverted crescent. Because it when I think of this, it makes me think about such powerful lunar currents, and Luna and Mars have these beautiful connections. You mentioned Mars in relation to this, didn't you, before? A couple of times. Zerilat.
Yes.
So this, why Mars? Why is Mars so central to this image specifically?
Why is Mars?
Yeah.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Let me.
It was more reference into the Wunaroi from the Greek dream gods. We were talking about Phobator in relation to Phobos, and that's how Mars.
Right. So, I don't know what you mean by Mars. Like what's making Mars pop out to you? We're talking about with specifically the psychosocial complex. This one here that we're looking at.
Well, Mars rules the body.
Sure. Yes.
Aries is like, that's the first house. It's the house of your body. So yeah, your ascendant is key to like your martial imprint.
Okay.
which is why we sort of, our persona is tuned into that first house energy, which carries the vibration of Mars. So I was just trying to understand. No, because you did mention the 2 moons of Mars related to the dreaming, and this relates to the 3 elements, which are the fundamental point of dreaming. So I was wondering why Mars was singled out specifically for that, because it makes sense to me. Mars in ancient times was, they've changed the word for Mars, isn't it? Some of the very ancient deities relate to Mars. Like the very earliest deities were war deities. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Tyr is associated with Mars, but he's a justice god. He's considered to be, in in peacetime, he's, there's no conflict with Tyr.
yeah, exactly. And so like you look at the emperor, the tarot card, the emperor, right?
Mhm.
Which I think represents Aries. Yeah, it does represent Aries. So like that's the first house. That's the Mars's masculine. And that is like the emperor. He's the one who keeps the law and order running, right? He's the one at the top of the pyramid that basically says, these are the laws. This is what you're going to do. And I'm going to appoint judges, and I'm going to appoint people and, sheriffs and whatever. They're going to keep the law in my name. And if there's a matter too big for them to deal with, it comes in front of my attention purview. Isn't that what the emperor does? That's what the emperor represents, is keeping the peace between all the different tribes. Because like you could have 20 tribes and they could be at war with each other. But if one tribe master sits as the emperor over all of the tribes, then the tribes don't need to go to war, because they can go to this emperor and he can say, listen, like, okay, this is how this is going to work.
Like Phobos and Deimos were what I brought up because we were talking about Phobos, and Phobos is moon is what we call a moon of Mars. And there's always, whoever is the true namers of planets in the astronomical community is still making astrological naming choices, which is why we bother calling something an atlas in the modern day instead of just giving it a dull serial number. But the problem is that we assume that people are just doing these things arbitrarily, for some sort of whatever. But no, there's truths to be held self-evident. So the Deimos, which can become the daemon, which can become the demon often has that, quote, obsession trait behind it, right? A demon gets into you and makes you violent, right? This kind of thing. The dark ones are swimming around you. And so this is the but in the Machiavellian sense, let's just say it's peacetime. Is it better to be fear or to be loved? Because the daemon, who is not having its desires projected towards war, will use love for manipulation instead. The genius now goes from the genius way of getting what it wants by force of will to the genius way of getting what it wants by enticing your desires in ways that you don't understand, because it's smarter than you. Which, if you ever found out, would make you very angry, and then you'd want to have a war, which serves Mars. So the betrayal serves the god, because it's war either way.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've often considered this, when I look at this, like the importance of that Martian energy towards all sort of physical endeavors and all physical, the idea of justice. It's not just a warrior's code. It sort of represents cause and effect. Yeah. Like keeping the causes and the effects in alignment is sort of what Mars is. Mars, like my girlfriend, she's typical Aries, and her favorite word is action. She likes to say that word as often as possible. Yes. You'll find like Aries people, they love action. Yeah. Like they want to do things,
Me?
like
me, this guy.
Like before they think about it or talk about it, they want to do it, you know.
This is why I
And
spend so much time in my downtime thinking, because I know that in a moment my Aries is going to be inspired. It's got to do something in the moment, and it's going to do the best thing you can think of real fast. And if I can think about a lot of stuff before I have to think real fast, it makes me wiser in the moment. And that's where my magic really shines. I shine very well reactively, because it's just like, oh shit, something happened. Oh shit, I have a magic spell for that. Oh, and by the way, as I was reading here, I got and remembered the confirmation of it. It's so the Wode node here. If you're looking for what's going to represent Niflheim in dreams, it's the Wode. It's the Wode. It's the Woden, and it intersects the Hidge and the Mine in this trifecta deliberately. The Hidge is correspondent to Hugin, and the Mine to Munin, which is thought and memory, or imagination in memory, right? The creative side of the mind and the processing side of the mind. And those, of course, will need to be intersecting with each other and the Wode for there to be the true inspiration. And this is where the Germans get Wotan, Wotanas, the Wode state, the state of the frenzy, the Othen.
so what does Wode represent in the consciousness? Like if the Hedge in the Mine.
Yeah, that's the Wotanic consciousness that Jung talked about, which is my favorite way of speaking of what the New Agers like to talk about, quote, Christ consciousness. So the Wode is the place in which Christ consciousness taps the well. The well of Christ consciousness comes out of the Wotanic well.
So the Wode is the imagination, is what you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, the Wode is corresponding to Niflheim. Odin's realm is Niflheim because he's a mercurial god. So Niflheim is a place of the spirit. It's that spirit realm. Niflheim is that overlay of the magic in the air. Niflheim is what makes up that Fourth Amendment otherworld that we are so familiar with. That's what Niflheim is. Niflheim is the otherworld.
Because it's quite interesting. Like, so the mind represents the memory, is that right?
Yes, the mind is the memory.
And the Hedge represents the
thoughts, the
logic?
imagination.
Oh, and then so the Wode doesn't represent imagination specifically.
The Wode, the Wode is the place of unmanifested thought. It's the well by which the Hidge and the Mind tap to have whole consciousness. That's, you see in the center of the three circles, you've got the trifecta of the Vesica Pisces, the viscous Pisces, right? So that's your center point of your third eye, the explosion of enlightenment coming from that place, which also is intersecting with the Atham and Hyde, which is containing the self, the like, and the Haminya. The like is the ego, and the self is the actual true core, your actual soul, you, which would be Midgard. That would be here in Midgard. Manifest reality.
That's the like, you say, yeah?
No. The like is your person. Like the like is, it's called like because it's like you're looking at what you are like. Oh, it is like me. It's identification. It's ID. It's ego. It's Jotunheim.
Because in Afrikaans, we speak about a lake being a cadaver. Isn't that interesting?
A lake? The lake is like a cadaver?
Yeah, the word lake means cadaver. Must be a Dutch word as well, I'm guessing.
Oh, that's interesting, right? And
underworld.
Because lake in the Old Norse comes from the rune for the L, which is lagus, and which yeah, it means a lake or a deep body of water. It counts for seas and oceans as well, but lakes were much more familiar because of freshwater value, but also they can be quite deep. But in this particular case, that would give it its correspondence to Jotunheim, which is a place of ego, because the Jotuns are these spirits of the psyche. They're very central focused in their identity, and they don't have a diversified personality. Like there's an ego element because there's a personality element to the gods, right? But the gods have agency. They aren't slaves to a particular trait, right? That's a big difference from what makes a Jotun and a god, and makes a big difference in what your relationship with a Jotun is going to be if you end up having one.
So here's a question: the Athem. Does the Athem relate? How does the Athem relate to the primordial waters of consciousness and being?
Let me go back over here. This is good for me. So the Athem is written here. I thought I had this shared and it's not popping up. So I'm just reading it, so it's fine. But I thought I had hit share screen on the PDF. I just don't know what I'm doing with the system, perhaps. The Athem is the breath of life, the animating principle, and the medium for the entry of certain kinds of transpersonal powers into the human psychosomatic soul body complex. Right? So it's kind of like your inner bubble. You're like there's an outer shell, which would be your fetch. And you could perhaps even say the area that wraps around the Hij, Wode, mind, and soul is perhaps even a secondary shell. And then the Athem is like the last shell before you've really gotten down to you yourself. And as you can see, the Athem is connected to the hide. So the Athem is, if it's the breath of life, then it's basically like it's your spirit per se. The spirit aspect of the soul, because you're still not talking about the actual whole of the self yet, right? That's all the way down in the center of the Athem.
That's very interesting, because that makes me think about Atum from ancient Egypt. Yeah. And we're assuming that it's pronounced Atum. It could be Atem. And then you get the dagger, the Atem dagger as well in different forms of witchcraft, right? And that sort of relates to that sort of primordial state of being, which I think, like, if one's going to like look at what like it means, if one's going to look at the idea of a primordial state of being, that is that sort of transpersonal well, that crosses the boundaries of personal and impersonal, our connection with the world, right? Which is going to be heavily related to the breath. And so we speak about atom, yeah? Because of that, because we see atoms as being the boundaries between one matter and another matter, yeah? And so we have these separating boundaries between different matters, or different grades of matter, or different states of being, which you could think of as like that sort of primordial boundaries, which is really interesting, when you start to look at how these things all dovetail towards similar points.
Yeah, I think I feel what you're saying there. There's a few more things that because there's so much interlocking going on here, right? Like over here, this passage, because I think I see myself on the screen now. So interlocking with the Atham, the hue, and the mind is the Wode. Talked about the Wode earlier, right? So the principle of inspiration or enthusiasm, this can have various characters depending on the person. It can express itself in a furious rage or a quiet uplifting of the whole being to a sublime state of poetic and intellectual inspiration. This is the magical faculty by which the contents and activities of the human mind are synthesized, which is what I was talking about a minute or so back in my own words. So, yeah. Like I said, I've had to need to go back, and there's always so many ways to absorb it. I've been studying this more in independent parts than in its whole system, as I have worked on knowing it as a whole system for quite a while now, while also working on other systems.
Yeah, well, it is definitely a very interesting sort of dynamic there, and I think, like, looking at this image as well, this image. Sorry, let's put the other one on. Yeah, this image is quite a beautiful image when you look at it. I've totally fallen in love with those three crescents. I don't know why it is, but I love the crescents. They look so cool. They really give it some flow of movement to my imagination. But I do see, like, that it makes a lot of sense here. Like, this is a structure of things fitting into each other, like the cosmic world egg. It seems like everything's basically fitting into a cosmic world egg. Where's that little dog making a noise? Oh, he's outside. I'm going to have to let him in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like, we're probably going to find as we look at this, like, all of these things relate to the fundamental 9 principles. Yeah. Those fundamental 9 principles are going to be intrinsic. It's going to be intrinsic, whether you're studying and practicing cosmic. You made a mention earlier about the Kabbalah, and I think that's quite a poignant point to recognize, right? If you study the Kabbalah, then this will make sense from a Kabbalistic perspective, in the same way that the Vedic knowledge will make sense, in the same way. And I don't mean Jewish Kabbalah, I actually mean Hermetic Kabbalah. And I believe I think they've lied to us when they say that the Jewish Kabbalah is older than the Hermetic Kabbalah. I think it's a lie. The more I look into this, the more I start recognizing and thinking, hold on. I think the Hermetic Kabbalah came first. I think the Hermetic Kabbalah is what was handed over to us as the Ennead from ancient Greece, which came from ancient Egypt, which is a very ancient lineage. And it has evolved through Europe to become known as the Hermetic Kabbalah because of its association with Hermes, which is Tahuti from ancient Egypt. And this comes from a dynastic time before. Now, we're supposed to believe that the Jewish tradition is as old as what it is, but there's not actually any evidence that the Shemitic tribes were that organized as what they present in the Jewish story. I think the Jewish story is a story of old Shemitic legends that have all been compiled in one book called the Torah, probably within the last 1,000 years, and has become popularized as a newer form of the Shemite religion, which is really coming from ancient Egypt, which is really a reflection of very ancient things, which is why when you look at it, you can see all these systems seem to converge. Like, I'm seeing the Hijj, the Mine, and the Wode here as being like the fundamental trinity. And that trinity seems to be wherever you go, you're going to find the same concept. And then from those, you have this expansive evolutions of elements that come from the combinations of these principles. Even if you look at the baseline of Hermetics, right? The baseline of Hermetics gives you three fundamental principles. It gives you the principle of mentalism, gives you the principle of vibration, and it gives you the principle of correspondence, that there is a correspondence between all things that are vibrating as they relate to elements of the fundamental mental sphere of activity, that all things are a reflection of this. And then from these three principles evolved the principle of polarity, because now that you have these three principles expressing the duality of vibration and mentalism, with the correspondence expressing this polarity had to be resolved in the sphere of polarity. And then the polarity, due to the polarization of this fundamental state of mind, had to be resolved to be in alignment with vibration. So, sorry, that dog is just winding me up. He's scratching on the door. So this polarity, I should have put a chair in front of that door on the other side to prevent him from being able to scratch on the door, because he comes in and out, and he's a little moody little dog that makes noise, and he wants to be in the living room, then he wants to be there, then he wants to be there. He's winding up my Malamute. Malamute's getting angry with him now. Ooh, don't piss off the Malamute. He's a big dog, hey? So this then became an expression of rhythm, and rhythm is what binds vibration. And the binding of the vibration through rhythm is what expresses this polarity in a pattern. And then the patterns of rhythm had to be expressed as effects of causes, because each rhythm means a new revolution, and each revolution means a cause, which produces an effect, which produces a cause. That's how revolutions work. So the cause and the effect became an expression of that, which then created its own other version of a trinity, right? And so that reverse trinity is what we see when we look at the reverse tetrahedrons of the Merkaba. So we were looking at this then polarity expressing rhythm, expressing cause and effect. And then all of these are actually tied together in a string of correspondences that work towards a state of balance, and bringing back the balance in the polarity is really the key. I don't know if you guys can hear my big dog drinking water. I should have put his water bottle on the far end of this living room.
He's all right.
But yeah, so like we can see he's big. Like when he drinks water, he drinks. He's like an elephant. So we can see these 7 principles sort of binding, but then there's 2 quasi elements within these principles that give life to bringing these 2 together. And so these 2 of these have shadow elements, and these shadow elements become a shadow element of the element of rhythm, and that shadow element of rhythm becomes rather a key, because it is what is shared, and a shadow element of vibration. So rhythm and vibration become shadow elements. In other words, vibration exists above and vibration exists below, within and outside. And rhythm is governing that vibration within and outside, because everything is vibration. So then we expand the 7 principles to complement their 9, their 2 shadow elements, and we've now got the enneagram. We've got the similar idea here. So I'm wondering, which are the 2 shadow elements being reflected here? Yeah, because you'll have an underworld connection, right? Zerilat?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was looking at the book while you were talking too. So because I was trying to make sure, because I feel like I'm sitting there on Am I over my head? I'm just making sure I'm demonstrating what I know. Sum up the question again, because I was listening to the whole thing, but it was hard for me to think of how I answer it as a question.
Well, I'm thinking like there must be an underworld connection there, and I get a feeling that there's going to be a shadow of that. Right.
Because we talked about like Helheim. Sometimes Niflhel is a name for it too, because of its dreamy crossover. And I was looking up a couple of different things. Because like I said, like I know what's going on with most of the correspondences. Getting the correspondence of the realms to the soul complex, I'm still kind of working that out, because that's not like in the Black Earth Productions video, that stuff isn't in there, but it is in this Edred Thorson book, in which I have to I'm looking back over it right now while listening to you guys talk, so that way I got my head on straight about it.
So what does the hide represent?
The hide, that's kind of like that's like your shadow guardian, right? You know, that's the invisible bodyguard that shows up when shit's about to go down, and all of a sudden somebody doesn't understand why they can't push you around and intimidate you the way they thought they could.
And it must be connected to the like then, as they're touching each other, yeah?
Well, yeah, the Atham and the hide kind of run protection for the like and the Haminya, and then the self is the integrity of the whole thing. And
what did you say the like represents specifically? I know you mentioned it. Sorry, my memory's...
The like is your personality.
Yeah, your persona, right? I get you.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's your like, yeah. So you got your persona is the like, and then you've got the layers of things on top of your persona, which is a very close, important aspect of you. So it's part of your ego. It would not be chakra correspondent. Now the Haminya is luck. It is your luck spirit, right? The Haminya is a little bit. It's a little bit like the. It's a little bit like the fetch, but it's different. And
that's interesting.
And once again, like I said, it's me not being 100% sure which correspondent belongs to it. I believe the hide is correspondent to the subconscious, because magic is involved in the development of the hide.
On the other chart, that place where the hide is the hammer, which was the body, which is influenced by the mind. I think maybe that's how they were referencing the subconscious.
Right. If you give me a minute to stare at this book, you guys maybe go ahead and share a thing. I'll come back with a more thorough answer on it.
This is kind of unrelated, but I was kind of looking at this and noticing there's a kind of a pattern in terms of major musical scales, because I'm thinking of the major musical scale, which is 2 whole tones, a half step, 3 whole tones, and a half step. And I see it's the self and the like are 2 whole tone steps. The Atham is sort of the half step, and then you have the Hij, Woes, and the Mind are the 3 whole steps, and the Fetch is the half step that finishes the scale, the scale essentially. I was just kind of thinking, I don't know if that's even relevant or not, but that was just something that came into my mind.
That is, I think, very relevant. I think it's very interesting. These these numerical patterns are like sort of, I think, fundamental to understanding these principles. And like even looking at the way this image is represented here, it seems like your hide is your fight or flight, right? And the other word that he mentioned, which I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it right or wrong, was it Hamunya? Hamunya. Jumanji, Hamunya. It sounds like it's related to the breath, doesn't it? Hamunya. It seems like it's coming from the word or related to the word of harmony, almost, you would want to say. In English, obviously, English is... This is something that people don't realize, right? I remember being on the round table like maybe a year ago, and PK was here, and I was backward engineering meanings of words using Egyptian hieroglyphic archetypes, which are the fundamental archetypes that became Paleo-Hebrew. And he was like, yeah, well, can you use this system to decode other languages like Greek? And people don't realize that the Greek language came from Sumerian. Well, it came from Phoenician, right? Mm-hmm. And so all of these languages come from the same place. So this Phoenician language alphabet became ancient Greek. It also became the Shemitic languages. And so it became Greek, that became Latin, that became French, that became wam, bum, 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 and all these European languages. And then you've got the other root of language, which is old school, old German, which has got like a Norse connection root. And there seems to be some kind of a language root through that with what we call the what do they call that? And I don't believe it's necessarily a language, but they speak about the help me out, Indy, the root of language in Europe. I mean, in the world, the known world, is they speak
European.
Sorry,
Proto-Indo-European.
Yes, thank you. Proto-Indo-European. I don't think it's necessarily a language. I think it's like a graveyard of language, that we're picking out. So, but there's this Proto-Indo-European shared ancestry between Phoenician and all these languages, Sanskrit and the old school German and the Norse. They all seem to hold some essence of this root language in it, that we can see. And there's different versions of these languages in different time zones, I'm sure. Like you look at the ruins, there's the old ruins, and then there's the more modern ruins. And so like you can see how the languages have sort of evolved. So I think like we'll be surprised at how universal all these language groups really, really are. I'm going to definitely move that water bowl. Give me a second.
Yeah, I feel like the Phoenicians may have had an influence from the Minoans, which had linear A in their own sophisticated ideogrammatic language, and they had like an alphabetic script, and then they had a pictographic script. But Phoenician does seem to have come from hieroglyphs, although they do have like a different representation of like the order of the symbols, which I'm thinking might be influenced by Minoan, potentially, a seafaring civilization that's responsible for like the mythos of the daedalus maze and the Minotaur bull headed man that terrorizes the one captured in the maze. But they were a society that worshipped bulls, and they did like I think a couple of different ceremonies with the bull, where they would do like a running with the bulls or something of the sort for the males to gain their manhood. It was like a rite of passage, I think. But also we have the the Basque people, which have a language isolate, which does have some cognates in Armenian, but they're not sure if they're as connected as they seem to be. But there's a huge connection between Aztlan language of the Mesoamericans and the Basque language, with the use of Q and Z and TL sounds, Quetzalcoatl, and things like of the sort. Are very similar to the sounds in the Basque language. So it seems to have been a transatlantic seafaring language, which could have had its roots in Canaria, the Canary Islands, where we see early pyramids having been built. Genetic gene pool was very diverse, and there were many very giant, tall individuals that were like over 7 feet tall, for example. They used pole vaults to be able to traverse the cliffs of the mountains. And they were thought to have been the ancestors of the Berber people, whose language would be a language isolate, but it did actually, through the Berbers and the Canarian people who brought the whippet dogs, which are the small greyhounds, they started to rule over Egypt and the different dynasties of the pharaohs. And so they've influenced. They were like the source language of hieroglyphics and the resulting other languages that came of it, potentially Phoenician and Proto-Indo-European and Hebrew. So we have to consider that.
Yeah, I think you done or.
Oh, go ahead. No, you're good.
No, I was just going to say that I think when it comes to understanding magical language is one of the things that I've kind of learned from, doing my own practice and coming up with my own language is that, well, with the formulation of the 23 Zerfaxes, for example, the idea is that the sound of the symbol should cymatically map out to what the actual visual symbol looks like. So basically, it looks like what it sounds like. And I think what I'm really more interested in when it comes to language is not so much like, going back into the annals of the past and finding some kind of root language. I think that language overall, and I think Bush Whisperer, you'll agree with this, that most language is actually based on sort of these cymatic and synesthetic associations with the sound. That because when you're thinking about a word to describe an object, or like some object or some phenomena that you've never experienced before, and you have to come up with a word to describe it, you try to match the sound of the word to qualitatively represent the thing that you're describing. So what I would be interested in terms of like an approach to finding some kind of universal language is to just really get into the science of mouth sounds and how what sounds and what visual symbols create what kind of psychological states. And I think if you can come up with a kind of like a consensus on that, you can look back on a lot of these older languages like Greek, ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, or whatever, and come up with all kinds of new findings and understandings of how the language works and how they interconnect with each other. Because I think we can all agree here, being more magically minded people, that when it comes to the creation of language and the creation of symbols, it's not this completely arbitrary thing. Like there's meaning behind it. There's thought behind the psychological effect behind the sounds and the symbols associated with also having a psychological effect. So it's like there's tapping into something like some kind of database, and every culture is coming up with sort of different perspectives on that database. So I think that if we're going to look for a universal language, it might not come from piecing together all the old languages of antiquity and trying to come up with a nice quilt that kind of explains it all. But I think in order to do that, you first need to create a new language based solely not on meaning and semantics, but just truly getting into the psychology of sound itself. And then I think that you can actually start to really work on figuring out what a universal language might actually look like if you look at it from that point of view. That's my perspective.
Yeah, I feel like there's many stories and there's a large narrative about how when the gods created the humans, they created them in 3 different stages, And at first stage was their language was too complex. They couldn't even understand the commands. And the second stage, they could understand the commands, but they were defiant and chose not to follow the commands. And in the third final stage, they were able to understand and will be obedient to the commands. So they had issues with language. And I would imagine that they presented to them language that was highly complex and way over their head in the beginning. And so probably chose to simplify progressively so that it could be more comprehensible to a more simple-minded race of people. And so we kind of see that, like the mention that I was talking about earlier with the Minoan language, which was very complex. They had probably about 200, I think, to 300 symbols. Of course, there were many primary symbols that were used more often, but and I think that we see kind of a reduction from complexity down to simplicity in many stages where it was pictographic initially, then became alphabetic for people that were not artistic or for the convenience of being able to write faster. And then we see that there was a moving down of the amount of symbols, similar to the working of mathematics, how we started with too many symbols. We chose a system that had the fewest symbols to be able to represent the most information. So I think we kind of see a lot of that from what was like the Mesoamerican language with a lot of symbols, and the Minoan language with a lot of symbols, kind of being simplified a bit down to the Cometian and Mesopotamian societies that had fewer symbols, but were still in the process of coming from a pictographic form down into an alphabetical form. And so when we see the Mesopotamian writing in cuneiform, we're used to seeing it as those little arrows, but a lot of people fail to realize that originally they were all pictures, and the arrows were used because it was easier to impress on clay than to draw lines.
Yeah, that's very interesting, you know. And the reason I wanted to focus on language is because I think there's so much to be said here. So looking at the topic of the conversation, it might seem like we're not really on topic, which is okay, but are we really? I think we need to understand this connection between body and mind. And to understand this connection between body and mind is to recognize that there are three diverse elements. Whether we use this diagram to see those three elements, or whether we use, the ideas of Vedic cosmology, right, to see the idea, or whether we use the ideas of Kabbalistic notions, where the Kabbalistic ideas will basically represent these three fundamental worlds of Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah making up the structure, or whether we look at these three fundamental enneagrams, or within this green elemental enneagram that represents the three fundamental elements that make up the structure of 9, whichever image or whichever ideas, how we like to depict our ideas, it comes down to the same fundamental principles, that there's three things. There's an underworld, there's a divine realm, and then there's that somewhere in the middle realm where there's something else happening. This is like your three shamanic worlds. And these three elements are all in a world egg, encased in this physical sphere of the Akash, which is the resonant chamber. According to Vedic cosmology, Akasha is an egg. And it's an egg that represents vibration, and it's the vibratory frequencies, which is what I was talking about earlier with the Hermetics, which is really the same idea. The Egyptians were big on their vibration. They had that cool little thing they used to carry around. It looked almost like a handbag, bag of tricks. Then they had their ankh, and they had that thing with the lines on it. I think the Catholic priests inherited that from them, didn't they? That triple cross, yeah, which seems to have resonances of that Egyptian thing that they had, which had the three lines on it. You know what I'm talking about?
I think it's called the Jed.
Jed, yeah. I didn't want to bring up Star Wars, but you did it. The Jedi priests. Yep.
Right.
that Jed was how they controlled vibration, like the soul of the world, the force. The force is that controlled by that Jed thing, and there's three little lines which the Pope was like, oh, I'll have to have me one of them, but it's got to be stylized to be in alignment with the guy that we hang on the wall, to scare the locals. Isn't that why they hung him on the wall? Let's just look at this. The brain conditioning, right? Like everybody, the Christians are all raving about how they've got this savior on their walls. And when I asked my little boy, I said, so what do you see on that wall when you went into a church? He's like, well, the guy's like I said, does he look like he's having fun? He was like, no. Basically, he looks like he's not alive, like he's suffering, like he's being tortured. I was like, well, that's exactly what it is. He's having nails driven through his hands. And so they had a practice in old Europe and in England, for example. If you pissed off the British monarchy, what did they do? They hung you from London Bridge, right? So that everybody had to look at you to see, like, this is what happens when you piss us off. So, like, what did the Romans do? They started a church and they started hanging this guy in the church just to remind people, like, you better listen. Look what happened to him, right? He didn't want to play ball. Even him, we put him on a cross. We can do that to any of you. I think it's like a silent, unconscious. What do you guys think of that? Like the propagation of fear, which has basically prevented us from connecting the three spheres within ourselves: the mental, the physical, and the energetic, which is the source of health. And whether you're working with Reiki energy to influence the energetic body, color is also energetic, right? Sound, the bells, that's energetic. It's vibration, it's movement of energy. Or whether you're using thought healing, right? You're programming your mind to become healthy, to psychosomatically imprint itself upon the mind. What do you call that? Psychosomatic imprint in your diagram here?
This is
the
the psychosomatic northern soul complex.
Right. So that psychosomatic imprint is what like designs the body's responses to the mind. And it's a two-way mirror, right? Like the body can imprint on the psyche and the psyche can imprint on the body. And they work to and fro.
Yes.
So, this is why spiritual adepts practice austerity, because they want to imprint on their consciousness with their body. What's the point of a sweat lodge? Well, it's not comfortable. It's harsh. You're sweating. You're detoxifying your body. You're forcing yourself to breathe because you're really hot and you're feeling very uncomfortable. So you have to breathe and breathe and breathe and breathe. And that means you're automatically doing breath work exercises and purifying your body. And that puts you into a trance so that you experience an alternative state of consciousness. So all of these austerities, are the way for the body to imprint on the mind, to open itself up to cosmic consciousness. But in the same way, the mind can imprint on the body to put cosmic consciousness in. And so we think of psychosomatic disorders as being illnesses imprinted on the body. But health can also be imprinted on the body in the same way that illness can be imprinted on the body. In fact, all illness is imprinted on the body by the mind and imprinted on the mind by the body. So some people with a physical ailment will become psychologically ill. I don't know if if you've noticed that. Yeah, it's common in many degenerative diseases that people become psychologically ill due to the fact that they know that they are slowly withering away. Yeah, the imprint of the body on the mind becomes unbearable, and people normally lose their mental faculties before they lose their physical ones. So there's definitely this two-way glass stream of information. And so the energetic systems is like using sound, using color, or using chi or shen energy to flood the system and re-spiral, or using exercises to move the energy around the body, using the breath. And then the physical is obviously, there's herbs, there's plants, there's rituals. Rituals are combining energetic qualities of plants or things, crystals, whatever, bringing those vibrational qualities together, and action of the physical with the mental thought of the intention of the ritual, which is allocated to like planetary times or whatever, to do it for success. So you're bringing together the melting pot, the cauldron of the mind, the energy in the body to produce alchemical change. That's also a form of working backwards from the physical into the spiritual. But then other physical forms would be like getting a back rub, getting body manipulations, eating healing foods, drinking teas, herbs, poultices. And then obviously the pure mental healing is chanting mantra, chanting sacred chants, going into a psychic spiritual trance using sound that will stimulate thinking principles. So it's like focused on your mind, focused on repetition of certain syllables, or affirmations, or looking at geometric patterns, yantra, that will change the way your mind is working based upon the geometry and the color that you're observing. Though, once again, the moment you start adding color into that, you're starting to influence the energy, because color is quality, sound is quality, color and sound quality is energy. So you got these three sort of elements: the element of thought, the element of qualities, and the element of quantity. And so quantity is also like a way that you heal yourself, like mixing quantities of medicines to produce a cure. So, all three of these elements sort of come together. They're not really separate, even though they have separate origin stories, if we can use such a term. But they do seem to somehow come back to the same point. And it's always these three fundamental things, which from, the Hermetic Kabbalah or any old school would be like the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin, which is the Fool, the Hanged Man, and the Final Judgment. Those three archetypes coming together. And so the Fool, the journey of the Fool, and the Hanged Man represent a polarity. The one represents freedom. The one represents being bound to a cause, hanging upside down. The one is ascending up on a mountain to walk off the mountain up to the heavens. And the other one is being bound to a tree upside down, which is, once again, that's the Odin story, right? Like upside down, hanging from a cross, upside down, hanging from a tree. What's the difference? But that's like diving into the underworld. So like this is bringing together the underworld. And then, of course, the final judgment, that is sort of the fire between the two. That sort of gives the impetus for the turning of the wheel between the principle of hot and cold, which is why we have weather systems and everything. So these three principles, and I think that's an interesting point to point out, hot and cold. And that is like something that's been messed with in a big way. Like the hell of the Norse people is a cold place, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's not a fiery place.
Yeah, it's a cold place. It was not a place to make you suffer. It was a place you went because you were suffering.
That's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, that's why, listen, the word heal is etymologically hell. They have twisted that word and gaslit it on you, like they do everything.
Yeah, like your heels are like Hades or Pluto.
Right, where your soul is located.
Heels.
Soul, and where's the soul located in the chart? In the temple chart, it's all the way on the bottom. The soul is also the soil, and it's also the sun.
I like that.
So it's both the highest principle above and the lowest principle below at the same time in that respect, as a word, and being the thing where it is.
Yeah, I'm busy bringing up an image. Okay, so what is this? Zerilot's got another image here.
Oh, look at that! I do. Yes, I do. Wasn't even thinking about it. This is a I couldn't find what I thought I had read way back in the book, which was a very thorough list that was, or a very direct list that was a 1-to-1 of each of the 9. Like if you look here, there's actually on the other one, there's the 10, because the self is just the center of the image representing the whole. But it's actually the 9 is what's corresponded here. And then this is one of the ways in which in the book it gives us a 3-dimensional representation in 2D pattern of correspondence on the Norse tree of life, in which you have Midgard as our center of all things, and then you have 2 layers above and below. You have the light elf realm just under Asgard, and then you have the dark elf realm just above the realm of hell. And in these upper and lowers, and so it gives you this this polarity, and like this is within a crystalline structure. In a more mapped structure, Lustfelheim and Svartalfheim are going to be a little bit off to the sides and not a direct line down in spatial terms. But as far as going through pathways of consciousness, these work in exceptionally well ways. And then so you're otherwise surrounded in the cardinal directions by the realm of the nature gods, the realm of the Jotuns, or the various greater spirits, Niflheim, the realm of the dreams, and Muspelheim, the realm of the of power and destruction in the south.
It's like interesting if you think of them as being sort of like 4 points on the compass of direction. Because could you go back to that that initial diagram, because I wanted to make some comments on it. First.
Yeah.
So I kind of have a similar thing in my. So the way I look at east and west here. So in my system, there's a kind of a 4-dimensional in terms of like a compass. So idea like east and west would be like sort of a more magical direction, and west is more mundane, which makes more sense because this is more, like you said, is more of a nature thing, which represents kind of like the more sort of a more natural, mundane kind of direction on the compass. And then east is the more magically oriented kind of, where it's more dreamlike, it's more imaginal. Then you have the north and south. That's kind of represents more the light and dark dimension dynamic. So you have the infinite, the imagination that you're talking. What was this? Was the the upper right sphere. I can't quite see that.
The upper right, that's Niflheimer.
Niflheim. Yeah, the realm of dreams. Then you have the south realm as realm of power.
Mist Home would be its ordinary, like, English name, the Mist Home.
Yeah. All right, got it. So basically what I'm trying to point out here is that this is pointing out a dynamic that I've discovered, that these four things, they're literally like directions on a compass in sort of extra dimensional space. And so you can kind of just keep going out in any one of the directions and finding all kinds of different realms and dimensional experiences. So I just wanted to like, that's something that's kind of interesting, because we don't necessarily think of the astral plane as having like a kind of like a compass that you can use to navigate it. And I think that this kind of this north, south, east, west, I always think of it as north is kind of light, interconnected, south is sort of dark, disconnected, dense, and then west is kind of like mundane and practical dimension, and then the east is the sort of the mystical, imaginal, fantastical direction on the compass. And with any kind of metaphysical system, it's like you can use this sort of compass to kind of navigate anywhere. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up because it's an interesting dynamic I noticed.
Right. Well, like these correspondences as we know them now have their relationship in the ebb and flow of the seasons now, right? Where heat withdraws to the south in the winter seasons. So therefore, we experience the world all heat approached from the south. And there was only a very short period of time where that heat encroached in Niflheim, which there's a reason why Niflheim was also called Niflhel. There's a reason, because Helheim would also have a northern correspondence in a certain aspect, but its personality is much more that of what Asgard is in the northeast, and the southwest becomes where we have our understanding of Helheim in those correspondences, because of the going into the underworld aspiration aspect of westernness, and then the southern aspect is the way it feels like all of the warmth that used to be in hell retreats into that south.
It's interesting that you bring up hot and cold, and I know that other systems have use that hot and cold dynamic to describe it, but I think it has a more interesting correlation to consciousness itself, not just in the literal sense of, a cold realm being some icy place, or a hot realm being some fiery hot place, but it describes how consciousness operates. So if you think about dreams as being hot and cold, so if a dream is cold, you think of like a state of matter, it's very rigid, it's very hard, it's very tough. And I think of it like how your mind can affect a dream, right? If a dream is cold, it's like a hot, it's like a hard block of ice, and it's hard to shape and mold it into something. Likewise, if a dream is hot, it's liquid, it's melty, it's gooey, and you can kind of shape it into whatever form you want. So it's always changing and shifting, and and the mind has a very easy time interacting with it. Whereas if an astral realm is cold, then the mind doesn't have a easy time interacting with it. It'll be like so I think of it like a pleasant lucid dream versus a really intense nightmare, right? In a pleasant lucid dream, that would be like more like a warmer dream, because the consciousness is warmer, it's more malleable, it's more shiftable, and you can kind of have an intention, a thought, an idea, and change the environment. Whereas a cold dream might be something like a really intense nightmare. You see some monster, that's chasing you. It's really terrifying. And no matter what thought you go through your head, or even if you tell yourself, you lucid in the dream, it's still terrifying. And it's like the nightmare won't go away no matter how much you think about it, no matter how much you want to escape. And that is how I would define cold dream consciousness, because it's not malleable to the mind of perception, whereas a warmer or hot dream is actually very malleable to consciousness. So I can just think about something, I have some kind of intention or idea, and it will manifest and change the environment very easily. In the same way, if I have a bowl of water, I can easily stir the water in any which way I want. But if that water is frozen, I can't stir it up because it's just a solid rock. And I think that consciousness operates in a similar fashion in this dynamic. So that's when I use hot and cold in my metaphysical system. This is how I think of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. And I think, like, hot and cold also represent heat is something that's being emitted from within, right? And cold, so what we think of as hot and cold, we think of them as two different things, but it's actually one thing, right? There is this something, and it's either being drawn in or it's being pushed out. And if it's being pushed out, there's something, it's called heat. And if there's something is being drawn in, it's called cold. So heat and cold has got to do with energy, breathing in or breathing out. So that's why in Vedic practice, the out-breath is related to Agni, fire element, and the in-breath is related to water, the vapas element. So the in-breath and the out-breath regulate the water and the fire. And then you've got the air element, which is the expanded lung between the fire and the water, which is holding the warmth. It's building the warmth that's going to be expressed in the fire. And then you've got the empty lung, which is becoming the cold that's going to be impressed by the water. So like I think of water as being impression and fire as being expression. So you're either expressing or impressing. People that are impressed tend to be water characters, like Cancerians, Pisceans, even Scorpions. These are people that are more impressed. People that are totally into the expression tend to be the more fiery signs. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. They're just expressing their feelings and stuff. They're not so much impressed. And so there's this interesting correlation. And I actually wanted to share an image before, which we were talking about the feet, right? And Ahriman and Lucifer. Yeah, hollow bone. There's something in this. I think this is a very good point to make, the Ahriman and Lucifer connection. Let's make this picture get a little bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. It's getting smaller, but I'm making it bigger. How does, when you make something bigger, it gets smaller? That is the weirdest nonsense I've ever seen in my life. Okay, well, we're going to go with this weird nonsense because it is what it is. So here we can see an image, and we can see the feet, the heel, Pisces, two fishes swimming in opposite directions, right? And we can see Aquarius, which is like the shins and the Achilles. And obviously we can see the Capricorn, which is the bull. We can see the Sagittarius, which is the thighs. We can see the Scorpio, which is the genitalia. We can see the Libra, which is that space above the hips, right?
Oh.
And the kidneys. Well, not the kidneys, the kidney points on the spine specifically. The kidneys are a bit higher. And then above that, you can see you've got, you've got the Virgin, the solar plexus. Then you got the Lion in the heart. Then you got the Cancer, which is the breasts, and you got the Gemini on the arms, on the shoulders, right? The two little ones climbing on the arms. Isn't that cute? And then you got the Taurus in the throat, right? Obviously, toric fields. Like, what generates a toric field in your body? Sound, right? Sound, the vibration. And then you've got Aries in the head. So we were talking about healing, and so healing like falls into the domain of your heels, right?
Right.
And like we were saying, like the word heal isn't by accident. The fact that healing happens, Pisces. So what kind of career paths good for Piscean people? Doctor, nurse, carer, right? All the people that are going to help other people to heal. And very much a nurturing sign, Pisces. So it's not a coincidence that the word heal and the Pisces seems to be connected. And then we've got the Piscis. And so it makes me think about the Vesica Piscis, the Vesica Pisces, right? Is it a coincidence that we're looking at this Vesica Pisces and that like it's basically, we see it being at the center of this, right? At the core of where everything's going on. And that Vesica Pisces is like the core of the flower of life. And many of our sacred geometric images that we're looking at. So it seems like, there's definitely a lot here to be looking at that relates to Pisces. And the fish represents life, right? Two fishes swimming in opposition represents polarity and the balance of life, the forces of life. So the forces of decay and the forces of new life. In other words, your cells have got to be like decaying so that new cells can form. And there needs to be a balance in the body between hot and cold, right? What we were talking about. So I think those two fishes swimming in opposite directions represent the hot and cold in the body. If you overheat the body, Taoist Chinese medicine, you're going to harm the heart. You're going to harm your fire meridians. If your body gets too cold, you're going to have issues with your elementary systems, right? Your kidneys are going to suffer, right? Your liver is going to suffer. The liver and the kidneys produce the heat in the body, right? Well, they manage the heat in the body. I suppose the digestive system generates a lot of the heat. The metabolic regulation is happening in the fire center. They call it the triple burner as being the relation between all of these energetic centers, but it's really an expression, I think, of the solar fire. We call it the solar fire for a reason. So anyway, if you like sort of put all of these into perspective, you suddenly see why the Pisces is so important, and why the Vesica Pisces is so important, because it represents that balance. And that balance, now, interestingly enough, the Pisces sign represents the unconscious, right? So we were talking about dreams earlier, and Pisces is related to dreams. Now, it's on the opposite side of the spectrum to Aries, right? Which in itself is quite interesting, is it not? Aries is right up there in the head. Pisces is right there in the heel, in the bottom of the feet, the contact with the earth. So it's sort of like a polarizing element to Aries, where Aries is all about action and outward heat being generated and expressed. Pisces is like a very cool, it's the most mutable of the water elemental signs that there is. So it's continually taking in. It's very impressed. It's very impressed upon. And so it's intuitively gathering intel on all of the systems in the body all the time. So like it's quite interesting then, if we look at this temperature relation, that Pisces being the mutable sign of water has some kind of a stimulation effect. And think about your heels, right? What does it mean to put your heel on the floor? It's like to stand your ground, right?
Yeah.
To claim your space. When you stamp ritual, here's a good analogy. Who of you stamp your foot on the ground after you've done a ritual? Any of you?
Sometimes.
Yeah, stamp on the ground, dude. It's very shamanic because you're dancing, you're stomping on the ground, dude. You're literally imprinting on the earth, like with your heels. Come on, guys, this is what we want. You're stomping your heels against the ground, telling the earth with your heels what you want the earth. Come on, this is what we need.
Just watching some flamenco.
Here's also another bit. See, Pisces, the symbol for Pisces with two fish doing its swim around each other is also, it's not what the constellation appears like on the horizon. If you look when Pisces is in the first house, if you look to the east and you would see it rising, you've got these star forms that are out and up like that coming up over the horizon. And I wager that the reason why we're associating it with the feet is if we're standing in Mother, and Mother is going to be giving birth to the new year because Aries is coming and the crowning is coming, then Pisces is the last thing on the ascendant before the zodiac starts over again with Aries crowning with his ram's horns, breaking in the new celestial day, right? There's the turning of the sun, and then there's the turning of the sky, right? They're a little bit different from each other. And so you're coming out the birth canal and you're seeing your mother's feet.
Yeah, that makes a lot of, it makes a lot of sense as well. And isn't it interesting that the word feet is a very Aries thing? Aries is all about completing feats. Like, what feat did you do? What, what action did you take? What feat did you? Well, today's feat was, the word feat is interesting because when you go below your feet, you end back in the head.
Achilles.
And when you go up out of your head, you end up back in your feet. It's a circle.
I'd say is a very Aries type of hero, but his feature, his predominant feature, was this amazing heel, like this heel. Like, I loved how Brad Pitt played Achilles in the Troy movie. That was done really cool. For the first time, I really thought about it because it's like, here he is using his heel to do ridiculously cool shit. When he fucking jumps on that big dude in the beginning, and he just boom and lands right fucking here, I'm like, oh, and just like that. Right. And my Greco-Roman side of my paganism does tribute Achilles.
Yeah, there's. Did you want to say something, Indie brother?
Yeah, I got this diagram right here of the Jing, the lower Dantian, the Qi, the middle Dantian, and it was canceled out, but I could reshare.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere.
It's not allowing me to. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there it is.
It's back. All right. So then we have the Qi, as I mentioned, is the middle Dantian, and then the Shen is the upper Dantian. Now the Jing down below is where the fire is created in this system that feeds the Qi that's drawn out of the heavens that will rise up to become Shen, like divine consciousness and balanced karma and stuff. So we have the aspects of the Tao here that are the encompassment of the yin yang, and these various aspects are listed on the left here. We have the Wu Ji or the Wu Qi, sometimes known as the Wu, is known as the emptiness or the stillness. Then we have the Tai Chi, which is the spiral or the Tai Chi. And then we have the Yin and Yang, which many are familiar with. Below that is the Wu Xing, which is the 5 elements of traditional Chinese medicine. And then we have below that are the Tian and the Di, the heaven and the earth. So the Tian being the white and the Di being the black. And I loved how earlier we mentioned how soul represent the soil and the sun and the soul. So it's very deep, you know, like the aspect of soul being below us and above us too, and connecting us through that. Also kind of brings me to the deep philosophy of the Mesoamericans, all the way back to the Olmecs before the Toltecs. They believe that the soul resides in the heart, is connected to the heart of the earth, and that's connected to the heart of the galaxy. And I believe possibly maybe to the sun first, and then the sun to the galaxy. Yes. So that connection there is kind of also evident in this. This is very simplified form, so it can be applied to many things like the chakra system. And also there's a lot of parallels with the Mesoamerican systems as well. So it's quite interesting, and it's an aspect of 3 triple healing. So we have the healing of the lower aspect, which is like focused on like the sexual tantric energies. And then the healing of the middle aspect, the healing of the heart, which is like the healing of like the karmic energies of the emotional body. And then we have above that the healing of the mind, which is like the healing of the basically like the removal of the veil, the ability to see beyond the body into the sun, moon, and stars. And so that also goes like to other places too. Like we can see the macrocosm and the microcosms as well, with that ability to focus. And this was done by ancient Taoist sages by putting themselves in deprivation chambers. They would go into and continue to do this into a dark hut. And I think they may have some water in there potentially. I'm not sure. But they sit in this dark hut for at least a couple days until they start to open their third eye and begin to see. And then they have that experience and go to the sun, moon, and stars or what have you. But I see that I think General Shinobi just joined us. So we would like to welcome General Shinobi. Give him an introduction. Add him to the stage. Welcome, General Shinobi.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Andy.
What's happening? Doing well.
Yo.
I've been listening on and off for the last couple of hours, and you guys have been talking about some really cool stuff. I don't really want to like backpedal too much, but Franklin was just talking about Pisces and it relating to dreams. Earlier, you guys were talking about Nephilim and like that relating to the dream world, I think. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Nephilim, is that the dream world? Or
Well, you know what? That's the thing. It's Niflheim.
Niflheim.
But the correspondence to Nephilim cannot be ignored. And
Yes.
I've meditated on that a lot because with all sorts of things, I have a deeper idea of correspondence. I don't know if that's where you're going, but I do have an answer for you.
Well, yeah. Well, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I mentioned it earlier in the chat. But obviously Pisces has just been brought up relating to dreams, and obviously the age of Pisces, with all these old world buildings which were potentially built by the Nephilim. It seems that we were more connected, or beings were more connected to the dream world, and we're able to bring things in from the dream world, like all this amazing architecture, music, stuff like that, and we've kind of fallen from that a little bit. But yeah, 100%. Like, it's interesting that just the etymology of Nephilim and Nephilim.
Well,
You've got to follow these trails.
If you get out of biblical literalism for 5 minutes, you can work off of the idea that they're talking about mythological creatures. Because although I do believe that there were literal physical giants, I also believe that there's a mix-up between mythology and history in the paltering techniques by which our biblical sources we cite are informing us of what we think is an only source of a lost past. So the Nephilim, people have been talking about how they look like clowns. And people have come to this conclusion specifically because of strange hallucinatory events in which these certain kinds of spirits that are humanoid and are these strange, clownish looking characters that kind of exist in an interdimensional kind of kaleidoscopy sort of realm. This is kind of getting into what I think we're talking about, right?
But
And
have you seen a Nephilim though? Like, could this not just be a way to make them grotesque?
Well, what we do know is that there is a real phenomenon with a spiritual creature that is fitting the description that we are calling Nephilim. That phenomenon it exists. I kind of want to believe that it's accurate. My buddy from who's a Canadian expat in Costa Rica, he wrote a book that I need to read it. I've read 3 of his other very important books on similar subjects. He wrote a book called The Devil in Us that he always talks about on his podcast, The Talamanca Review. His name is Bruce McDonald. He was a colleague at Revolution Radio who went through his own shamanic journeying and now lives in Costa Rica in a pretty chill life. And you can ask him about the duende all day long. He doesn't play with them much, but they're just part of the flora and fauna of the mountains that he lives in. He ended up having a devil creature informing him about many aspects of the book. And he called it Creeper, and it was a here and there and that's it. And Creeper showed up. He didn't do any magic. He didn't summon Creeper. Creeper showed up because he's following his inner inspirations for the book he wants to make. And within divine order, God allowed this clown spirit from the underworld to come and basically talk about them in their actual function here on this earth as kind of like custodians of evil, right? You know, they come around. It's just like, oh, you're evil. You know, you got free will. I'm going to follow you around and, you know, I'm going to eat you alive when you fuck up. And that's kind of like part and parcel of what these things are. And it reminds me of exactly what happened in the anime Death Note. Not that Bruce was writing names in a notebook to kill people. He was just writing a book about the devil as a man of God, but not of any faith, but of his own relationship developed by himself.
he had this clown, this creepy clown creature who was never mean to him, scared him, a threat or whatever. He was just there as the book informant. You can believe him or not. I believe him because I know some of the other shit that he's written. And I know where he was coming from with the other books he wrote. So that would be my recommendation to you. That phenomenon is real and of note, and it fits other things. Now, that could all be a psyop, maybe by Jesuits who have real archives and are fucking with us. But one way or the other, we have an actual phenomenon that matters, that goes by this name.
Yeah, because whenever people talk about the Nephilim, they say that they were like evil giants and stuff, and that they were sort of related to like dragon bloodlines, and that dragons are evil as well, like dragons are satanic. And I hear all this stuff, and I'm thinking perhaps the Nephilim or these other beings were more connected to source, to the earth. And where I'm getting with this, to kind of bring it back to the topic at hand, is with Pisces, it's Pisces as in a sphere, like pi, like a circle, seeing the spheres, being connected to the music of the spheres as well, being in more resonance with all 9 realms, rather than just stuck in the self. Because the picture that was up earlier, the self was disconnected from the word. So it's difficult to explain without having a picture to show. But I think that the self needs to be connected to the word, because the word is the weird, it's the fate that we cast, it's the words we speak, it's the vibration, it's the resonance that we create through drumming, through singing, like abracadabra, as I speak, I create.
Yeah,
it's very important to bring things through us. And I think that people were, whenever the flood was, whenever these beings were cast out of our minds, like dragons, and or literally cast out, killed, whatever, like we're told that the Nephilim fell from heaven, whatever, like Sophia fell as well. The point I'm making is that I don't think these giants were evil or bad, but that is the most common narrative that people speak about.
I think we're talking about people that put themselves into corrupted relationships with them, right? It's akin to my point that I've made about when you get into a more open-minded interpretation. If we're talking about the Nephilim, we're talking about like effectively like the giant, right? Like the Nephilim were not the fallen angels. The Nephilim were the children of the fallen angels who banged all the ladies, because apparently all of them were seed carrying entities that could impregnate women in the material world to bring about both an age of monsters and heroes, right? The Old Testament, the Genesis 6 stuff is there to kind of sweep mythological life into this overall. It does what it does. It says dismiss paganism, dismiss animism, dismiss the age of wonder, the potential of the human. Be naive. There's no such thing as an evil that foul. Only people who mimic it. And considering we don't see giants today, at the very least, we can get because a lot of people want to look at the myths of the past and then do the whole let's find out who the human being is who is like the great evil, so I can find my excuse to dehumanize. Right. And this is a pattern of history. Now we are trying to look at this as, as rational, as not suggesting that something has to be done yet, the fact of the matter is that it's such a personal circumstance. It's really about how someone's personally treating you. So you're not doing anything to anybody because you suspect there's a spirit in them. Because unfortunately, no matter what the spirit is, even if it's given that person some quote power, like, I don't know, physical strength, shocks you upon touch, or, whatever little personal thing that makes him a heightened threat to you, he is still making actual unconscious choices and has to assume all liability as the host psyche of the body performing the deeds. Right? So we're talking about how different kinds of predatory behavior by the spirit on the person being exploited. You get drunk. Liquid courage means you're stepping aside and you're letting a demon with a lot of personality talk to the hoe you want to fuck and tell it all the lies. And you can just say, oh, I was drunk, right? Because you're letting the spirit of Al Ghul serve you as a little piece of shit.
All right, well said. I think I kind of took us a little bit off topic there. So, Indy, I apologize for that. But I think that's like something really interesting that that we just brought up there. The links between the Nephilim and Nephilim and Pisces and the dream world as well. It's so interesting how that all fits.
Sorry, brother. I was just saying, I don't think it's off topic. I think it's on topic.
Yeah, well, I never know. Sometimes, like, there's not one stream of consciousness. It's everywhere. So sometimes I go, of course. If it's good with other people, that's fine. But
even over here, you're good. You're good. I was delighted to answer the question and go on that tangent.
Awesome.
It's actually very interesting. I was looking at some little bits of the Book of Giants not so long ago, and it mentions that the giants, and when they speak about the giants, they're talking about the conglomerate of the giants. There were two groups. So all of our lists of the giants, we can see that there were some groups that stood with humanity and some that stood against humanity. We see that in all the systems, Loki was half giant, half deity, or half, God. And I think that this is something that is reflected in all of our books that relate to the giants, is that some of them helped humans. They weren't all bad. They were goodies and baddies. Some of them wanted to eat humans. That's mentioned. But it's also interesting that in the Book of Giants, they speak about how the group of giants actually exploited all of the animals on Earth, and they created monsters. And they were trying to do something. And I think they were it started, humans were first used for making a hybrid. And then some of those hybrids banded together and turned against the creators of the hybrids. And so factions were formed. And so we see this sort of idea with the giants and the gods, like whether it's the Greek, whether it's the Norse, whether it's the Rakshas, the Yakshas, and the Asuras and the Devis of India, or if you go to the Ahura and the Devas of Persia, we see the same ideas being expressed. So I think it's like quite valid. But here's another point. The idea of human mortality starts at that point, which is quite interesting. And I think it's got a lot to do with human obsession with mortality and maybe our lives being shortened. I think maybe we lived longer lives. I do find it really strange that we live such short lives.
Yeah. I think the telomere caps were put on the end of our telomeres. I think I've heard that shortens our lifespan. And also as well, it seems that our lives are getting shorter and shorter because a lot of people are alive, but they're not living. It's like, what is it to be alive? I think a lot of people it's like eat, sleep, work, repeat. It's kind of like going around the cube like that. And if you think outside the cube, you're kind of pushed back in. But our purpose here is to grow. And I think we had more time to do that, whereas now we've got less time. So we need to be working harder. We need to be kind of going down multiple streams to kind of to find I guess gnosis, I guess the balance of knowledge and intuition, like die many times while we're alive, so that when we do die, when we do exit the womb, we can progress rather than, you know, looping back. It seems that they want us to be stuck here, like they want less beings to come in, and then the ones that are here already to be recycled, so there's less fresh insights and more kind of old patterns and trauma repeated potentially.
Yeah, I wanted to, you know, when it comes to the idea of giants, you know, living thousands of years ago, I'll admit I'm a bit skeptical of the literal claim of it, but I do think that even if something isn't necessarily literal, I'm not saying it's real or not. Like, that's not the point of bringing this up. I think there's also a symbolic reality too, because you think about, you know, giants, there's not just literal, you know, physical giants, but you also think of giants in terms of personality, in terms of popularity, in terms of influence. There's people that we meet in our lives that seem to be larger than life. They seem to have really magnanimous personality. They seem to have like insight into the nature of the world. They seem to have this personality where they're totally fearless. And we're like, you know, in a sense, like they appear to us like they're giants because we look up to them, we admire them. Maybe they're authors, celebrity, but these same giants, they also kind of gobble people up, whether it's, you know, through fame, through, you know, exploitation, through sort of different forms of manipulation, cult dynamics and so forth. So I think it's important to, you know, I know everybody in the occult community likes to talk about the how there used to be Nephilim, but maybe it would be more useful to figure out where the Nephilim still exist within the human psyche, what kind of people still live and sort of exist with those Nephilimic qualities within their lives. Because I think that in a lot of the ways, you know, we talk about, oh, there's giants that we dealt with in the past, but I think in the very same sense, I think most people can speak in their day-to-day lives, we deal with giants of our own. It might be like a boss that's really, you know, intimidating or tough. It may be, I don't know, some kind of like a competitive opponent in some kind of sports or some kind of literary thing. It might be someone that intimidates you, somebody that's a bully, or maybe it's somebody that you really look up to. Maybe it's someone that you really admire and you follow. So I think in a lot of ways, I think exploring the symbolic aspect of giants, I think is really useful in our current culture and our day-to-day lives, and finding the people who have that giantism in their personality, who have that Nephilim, Goliath-like soul.
There was like the original infrastructure for the giants is within nature, but some giants are part of the corruption from stuff that goes outside of the mythos that influences the way the mythos tries to say things, right? Because it's my contention there are two Lokis. The Loki that we understand is kind of a servant of karma, a karma police, if you will, and is the real reason why he does what he does, because that's what he is as a Jotun function. However, there is also aspects of the Eddas that reveal that sometimes there's this Loki has a deliberate villainous intent, that, you know, which is where this idea that comes up in the Marvel movies of Loki wanting to take the throne of Asgard. That's a truth in the meta mythos. Well, once you start building everything together from the truth across all mythoses and the history correspondences. And so necromancy is something that's explained in the Bible that, like, I think this, like, the Raphaim kind of becomes the term for the Nephilim dead ghosts, and that people would be using necromancy not on for their ancestors, but for these Jotun, and calling upon their spirits for power. This kind of becomes the emphasis. Like, I think that's some of the suggestions they're making with, like, for instance, the cult of Beelzebub, right? That's the Baal Zebub, the Lord of the Flies, was not a deity anywhere in their pantheon system, but it was in their mythos. It was a very powerful entity in their mythos, right? And so they're treating the entity like a god instead of as a spirit. Like one of you guys was talking earlier about the helpfulness, right? It's just like in the Norse, very common for the Landvitter to be friends, just like for the Irish druids and shamans, to have that relationship with the fair folk, and to keep the she from swallowing our children, so on and so forth. So that's really kind of what I think. That's one very literal interpretation of what's going on, is this invoking of the dead, of something that was beyond human that used to be here.
I just want to go back to what you said a minute ago, Cosmic, like with people kind of like celebrities and stuff kind of being giants, or like authors or whatever. It's another way to say it, I guess, would be those who possess magic. Like authors, musicians, they have that fire within which they shine outwards. So there's two ways of looking at that. Is one is a sorcerer, which takes power by which has power by taking power from another, right? So it'd be a giant who squashes other people, suppresses them so that they seem bigger. And then that would be the source error. So that would be disconnection from source, by disconnecting other people from source. This is what's going on in the world. And then the opposite side of that would be philosophy, which is philosophy, which goes back to the Nephilim and Pisces and the dream state, which is wisdom, which is where we've fallen from wisdom. And now we have sorcerers, those who have magic, but they're not full of magic. They have more than everyone else, and they make sure everyone else has a lot less. Does that make sense? So there are giants, but it's only because they're a bit bigger than us. They're not really giants.
I think that's really interesting what you point out there, because it reminds me of I played advanced D&D when in the early 90s. AD&D, and there was one particular world called Dark Sun. I think it's Dark Sun. Is that right? And they had magic operated differently there. They had defilers, so you could be a defiler that would take more energy from life force energy from your surrounding life, people, animals, plants, whatever, and they would defile the land, as opposed to those that were working within balance, balance with the cosmos, which is quite interesting.
A rough campaign setting. That was very experimental at the time.
What, the Dark Sun?
Yeah, Dark Sun campaign was very experimental at the time. I remember.
It was fun though, hey? The psionists. What a cool psychic class.
I think I played one game. I think I had time for, like, my social life was weird even among nerds, so I only, like, there was a lot of stuff I didn't get a chance to do. Yeah.
No, dude, we had D&D on Sunday with hangovers.
Who are the rulers called? The Zionists.
No, the Psionists. Psionics.
I thought you were talking about the real world just then. You were talking about a game.
Psionicist, is one that uses psychic powers. That was a You had to get like an expansion player's handbook to be a psionicist. That wasn't in the standard game. That was part of expansions.
Yeah.
I was really I never got enough of a chance to play enough Ravenloft. I never got
tell you what,
because they did some cool stuff that in Ravenloft 3rd edition. They actually said in Ravenloft the gravity is a little bit different, right? So everything's lighter allegedly in Ravenloft. So like your jumps go further and stuff like that. So I said like, oh, that's kind of a weird and interesting. I wonder, like, because I didn't get a full chance to play a game in a world like that, and it was just like, well, like what's that going to be all about when I'm in a fight with a creature, when I have to solve a certain kind of physical puzzle, but yeah, that was all good stuff. Did you ever play Eberron in 3rd edition?
I didn't. No, I stopped. I think before those guys really like got big. Like we it was our Sunday thing. Like we would get trashed the whole weekend between the ages of like 12. Gosh, this is embarrassing. Between the ages of 12 and 17 and 18, we'd get trashed on a Friday night and Sunday night. And Sunday would be hangovers, and we would get together and we would play AD&D with our hangovers with a big bag of weed, trying to come back down to earth.
I mean, third edition, for all intents and purposes, was basically Wizards of the Coast or TSR or whatever saying, all right, we're going to make a millennial version of Dungeons and Dragons, right? So Eberron comes out, like you're Gen X Dungeons and Dragons, like you're completely relatable, like Stranger Things season 1, right? You know, where if you're playing Eberron, there is no AD&D 2nd edition Eberron. You have to be 3rd edition. But it was fucking cool because they went for a straight kind of high fantasy kind of world, like kind of like Final Fantasy. Right. There's a lot of crystal magic tech, right? So like there's like magical hover rails and there's crystal energy generators for these engines. There are, you can play a construct that has a soul in the game, or you could play an artificer who is kind of like a magical mechanic. Like Eberron was a cool campaign setting.
Wow, sounds bizarre. It sounds out there, man. It's like cyberpunk meets D&D. Yeah,
it's not too cyberpunk. It's more Final Fantasy like 5 or 6 than anything that gets industrial.
You know, you guys were saying something interesting earlier as well about the giants. Just want to get back to what Cosmic was saying. I think what you're saying is very true, but I think that humanity has a schism. This is what I think. I think humanity has a schism. And the schism that we have within us goes back to a particular point. You know, like someone can be traumatized in their life and they can spend their whole life suffering that trauma. What if the trauma is so big that it affects everyone and that whole lineages get wiped out? And those lineages that survive in harsh conditions as a result of that traumatic experience, traumatic things that happened. And those that survive tell their kids of the most horrendous traumatic stories that you can ever imagine. And those kids are traumatized by the stories of their history. And they tell their kids the traumatic story, and those kids are traumatized by that story. To imagine that our grandparents went through that, it's like it's traumatic. And that trauma lived through ages and ages, and here we are still working out the same psychological trauma. So what you're saying, I think, is true, Cosmic. The trauma is an internal psychological one, but I think it has a point in history where it started. And the same as if you go to a psychologist and you've got this problem, they're going to be, okay, let's look at the problem, but they're also going to want to find the point in the real world where the trauma started, right? If that makes sense. The psychoanalyst would want to take you back to the point in your life where something happened to you to create the schism that you're carrying around internally. And I think humanity is carrying an internal schism, like you say, Cosmic. The giants are in our heads and in our souls in a way, a consciousness construct. But I think that consciousness construct comes from a time of real giants. And in the same way that to psychologically heal, let's say somebody was touched. I'm just thinking about people I've known in the past. People have had stuff done to them when they were children, and they could be in their 30s and they're still suffering. But how they heal that is to actually go back to the event, physical event, and really gain understanding of that physical event and how that physical event has imprinted itself on their consciousness and why they are carrying this psychological trauma or drama around with them is because of that event. And that can sort of become a agent of healing. So I think a big part of healing has got to do with looking at where the point started of the disassociation or the disharmony. And by going back to the point of disharmony, one starts to integrate like a triangle, integrate all the energy into that point, and one can enact a soul retrieval. And I believe that when we become more healthy and more whole, we start to remember our pasts and our ancestral pasts. I think it's a natural part of humans' consciousness. There's telepathy and like the psychic tapes. Is it the telepathy tapes basically are basically pointing this out to people? I haven't actually listened to much of it, but like it's like, oh yeah, that's really cool that somebody's done the research to prove to other people who don't know that this is real. There, that's for them, you know. Once you've experienced enough of that, you know that's just normal. Like you've seen the children and you've experienced this with people and children and stuff. It's just part of life. But most people aren't consciously aware of that. So the telepathy tapes acts as a really great namaste to Joka. I hope you're good. I hope you're well. Acts, and Gaz hasn't arrived yet. I hope Gaz is okay, man. Where's Gaz? Gaz, are you in the house? Who else is in the house? Chase Moonfeather. We've got a different Moonfeather here. Namaste. Welcome back with your new Moonfeather account, a different one. But yeah, I think that there's this close association between the terror, right, and the phi, the life. The phi is what we carry around inside ourselves, right? That principle of life, which perpetuates. And the terror is the earth point where that phi touches. So terror phi, to be terrified, is therapy. Therapy, right? Therapy is got to do with connecting life to the point on earth where that thing created a dissidence. So I think like both elements of the stories are equally valid and equally part of a whole brain reintegration of who we are, to remember our ancestral heritage so that we can actually relive in our consciousness these past events that have caused humanity to become what we are today. That's my 2 cents worth.
Whole brain. I've been thinking recently that were both hemispheres of our brains like connected before, because you know how we have one half which is like masculine, the other's the feminine, and then we have the pineal gland in the middle, whatever. The story of Moses dividing the waters and getting the commandments from Mount Sinai. So I can't help thinking Mount Sinai is sin AI. It's the light of AI, and that something's happened before in our past to divide our minds. Like, I don't know if anyone's heard about that before, but I can't help but think these stories are, it's about us. It's not about a guy dividing the water literally. It's about our brains and our mind being split so that other things can come through us, rather than if we had a whole brain, we'd be more connected to source.
Right.
Stories of giants that maybe you can interpret from them, like if there's like a figurative aspect to it. But there's this Cornish legend of folklore called Jack the Giant Killer, which Jack and the Beanstalk comes from, but it's kind of a very different story. So this giant was named Cormoran, and so Jack taunts him to emerge him from the cave, and then has the giant chase him at dawn. And he had built this this ditch at night, and he jumps over the ditch. The sun blinded the giant. He fell into the ditch, and Jack kills the giant. So that was like the original Cornish legend from which the later story was told.
I'm
And then-
Cornish.
Yeah, that's cool. And then we have Finn McCool's story of the Irish legend, where he built a causeway to fight the Scottish giant Banandiner. And then he was like realizing that Banandiner was so much larger that he didn't have a chance. He fled home and ran to his wife, and his wife Una devised a plan to disguise him as a baby. And so when Banandiner came to fight, she showed him the enormous baby and presented him with a loaf of bread with the iron plate in the middle that he couldn't even chew. And so he was terrified to meet the giant father of the large baby, and he fled back to Scotland and tore up the causeway to
We've
block
heard
him.
that story before.
Yeah, that's a more well-known story.
Yeah, there was something being said earlier. I forgot. I wanted to comment on it, talking about how like there's certain times you meet people, and there's something about them that just feels like they're way bigger than they are, way bigger than you, right? Well, all of us have been on a journey. Have we ever, if we stop and reflect on who we were versus who we are, have we ever thought to think that maybe we are seeing ourselves in the present bigger than we were in the past? I feel fucking enormous for a man who's lost so much weight, for a man who takes up less space. I feel enormous, right? Us going through those transformations, like something eventually happens where you put yourself in your it place, right? You know exactly who you are, what you are in doing, why you are the authority in the room, right? And you have a reputation in that room, and everyone sees you as they have known you by your greatest like personality to ability. And this is all those qualities, and that like the Jotuns have that quality, and the gods also have that quality. And then you have like Thor as one of the great examples, who is half Jotun. I think Heimdall might be half. Heimdall's either half Aesir and Vanir or half Aesir and Jotun. I can't remember. But Thor is an interesting example. We also can talk about the dwarves are not like the Jotuns, because they're more associated with emotional characteristics and the power, the magic in the emotions that have their own conscious force. However, they can attain a Jotun-like power, and that's where you find the dragon. This is the origin story of Fafnir. You understand Fafnir in the Norse saga, the saga of the Volsungs with Sigurd, the dragon slayer. When you slay the dragon, you become the dragon. So the man in that room, like getting back to those feats, right? The feats of the Aries, right? It's there are things I do that affirm my inner dragon. When I like to do my bouldering, I go to this place an hour away in downstate New York off the Hudson called Breakneck Ridge. Where do you think you got that name from? And then I spend a half an hour to an hour hauling my ass on my goat legs up the top of that motherfucker. And the first time that I did it, especially the first time I did it with ice and snow on the ground, and it was snowing, and I did it under the harder or hardest conditions of the season on purpose, was me slaying my dragon. I felt like a dragon coming down the mountain. I felt like a bigger man, and I have never gone back within that shell. And I have grown since then, too, with other personal accomplishments that have revealed who I really am.
I think
Indy,
Yeah, man, that's
didn't have a chance to say that the myth that you said about the the giant being tricked into eating something reminded me of the myth of Kronos being tricked into eating a stone.
Yeah, yeah.
Were you thinking that when you read it?
Out the opposite way. He wouldn't eat bacon.
So
That's what's interesting.
yeah, I don't know if you clocked that, Indy, but the giant was tricked into eating a stale loaf of bread or something, which is like Rhea giving Kronos the stone.
It's there's other versions of the story as well where the giants are tricked into using a power that the divine beings give the giants access to, a power, and that becomes their undoing. I think the tetragrammaton, the word of power, the name, was given to the giants, or they didn't call it the tetragrammaton, they called it the not the oath. Yeah, the Fika oath. From the Fika oath, there came the word of power. And that word of power was given to the giants, and they abused that, and it was their undoing. So, like, I think maybe that bread was genetic knowledge.
Or technology.
Genetics. Specifically. But yeah, I think with genetics goes technology. Like, there are legends in India about a king that found a metal head, and he brought a sage to him, and the sage explained that was the head from that ancient being that was there during the times of the Gita, and that Krishna had met with this being, and Krishna had a discourse with this being, trying to figure out if this being good or bad, because this being was really powerful. And Krishna asked this being, what would you do in the event of a war? Which side would you take? And the being said, I would take the side that had the greatest numbers, the most power. And then Krishna asked, but what would you do when that became, then that being would switch sides. So it was an AI system that was designed to destroy both sides. That basically this being would be on your side while you're winning. The moment you start losing, it would switch sides with the other side. The moment you start winning, it would switch sides with the other side. And then the moment you're losing, it would come back on your side. So it would just be weakening both sides until there's nobody left standing to fight. That was this. So Krishna took this being apart, dismembered this being, and used and rebuilt out of this being a flying machine, a flying thing that was able to purview the great war. And there's even references of two sages watching the war remotely through the eyes of this being, some kind of an AI system. So I think like there is references of AI and computers back in like ancient times, like times of the Gita, which is pretty long ago. But what I really wanted to respond to was about the story of the giants. And just so that you guys know, you guys in America, have you heard of the Lovelock Caves?
I might have heard that name once. I got nothing on the mythology.
I don't think I've heard of that.
The Satika people. Satika.
Yeah, so the Lovelock Caves is an interesting place. The way it became well known was okay, it's been a part of the indigenous Indian lore for a long time. They've always held that to be a sacred place for the giants. So some Westerners discovered this, and they went off there to go and look and see what they could find. And they found these giant coffins, but the bones weren't there. They'd been removed. But what they did find was sculpts of giant red hair, giant sandals, other giant things, giant books, giant things that like bigger than humans, like giant sandals, right? Lots of giant stuff. And so the story of the Lovelock Caves is that these red-haired tall giants were eating the local Indian populations, and they were having a war between two tribes. And what would happen was these giants would basically go and eat the fallen people. And both of these two tribes decided this is bang out of order. So they joined their forces together and went after the giants, and they chased the giants, and they fought a war against the giants, and the giants retreated into the cave. And they basically sealed the giants in the cave, and that's where they met their demise. So that's like the indigenous history. Now, this isn't mythology or no. We got to understand that the indigenous Indian people, they had what they called their histories, their verbal histories. It was not mythology, it was history, and it was transmitted from the elder of the tribe to the next elders of the tribe, and it was maintained verbally in this way. So like, this isn't some metaphorical philosophical idea that was written down in books by philosophers. This is a very serious matter. In these tribes, they had the lore keeper, and the lore keeper kept all of the history. So, and this is not so far back, thousands of years. This is much more recent history. So, you know, there's actually quite a lot of evidence of giants being around. And
there's a little bit of suppressed. I think that there was a tiny handful of those particular red-haired kind of giants that were discovered by the early explorers, and they drew them, I believe. I think they drew them. I think even one guy had like a few people on his landing party got captured and eaten in an event, and that was in documentation. So Western Man was they were just killing off the giants around the time Western Man was showing up, which would maybe explain a whole bunch of things, like where did the Watiko come from, where they were fucking tearing out their hearts for the war and the rain god on a monthly moon calendar basis, right? There's all sorts of interesting things in that aspect, because it's the giants were eating people, right? Cain and Abel in certain alternative texts is understood as both of them were actually children of Yahweh, and each of Adam and Eve, and so they were both demigods or demiurges, if you will, because Yahweh is a transgender fluid entity via Semia Lilith in certain more on the Gnostic kick kind of things, right? So you've got Cain, the descendant, whose descendants would be Canaanites, the survivor of Cain, versus Abel. The slaughtering of Abel by Cain is where the word cannibal comes from, right? Everybody understands that in animism, when you eat somebody, the power of their spirit that resides in the still living or fresh flesh gets alchemically transmuted over to you. So this was the actual curse upon Cain, and part of the issue of the mythology of the Canaanites, who in the mythology reality of the story were giants. Perhaps it was history, but when they talk about all that slaughter that God has, it's on descendants of Cain, and it's implied that all of them were of Cain's moral values, where what they do is not good enough for God, and they will sacrifice their own and eat it to get what God won't give them. So he ate Abel to steal God's favor, because God gave his favor to Abel. So he killed Abel to eat Abel to steal the favor God gave him. And God didn't destroy Cain for this. He committed him to the wastelands to build his own city and somehow start a population as a mythical being. So Now we're talking about Jesus hung on the cross and the Last Supper. And why do we need to devour that God? And what does it mean when the Titans were trying to devour Zeus? What is it about devoured gods? And why does a being beyond humans try to devour a god just as much as a mortal man wants to devour the god?
Yeah, I think there's a lot in that. I think as well, there's a lot to be said. Like even in India to this day, in Nagaland, they devour the guru's brain, like it's part of. I have been with quite a number, not a lot, but a number of sadhus that have eaten the brains of their gurus. So I can offhand think of three, but there's been more than three that I knew quite well, that I spent a lot of time with. So it's not, and this all happened in Nagaland. So it's normally the Agora practice that, but even some of the Juna Akara have been known to go to Nagaland and get initiations from some of these Agor Babas. But so that's like idea of is an old idea, and I think that is sort of endemic, because we know that if you eat human flesh, you go crazy, right? This is our experience. People like crash in a plane, right? They got nothing to eat. They eat human. They lose their minds invariably. And here's an interesting point: lions. When a lion eats human flesh, do you know what happens? The other lions start treating it differently, and they actually don't want to have anything to do with that. That lion gets ostracized. That lion goes crazy and becomes what they call a man-eater, and it ends up getting put down either by people or by other lions. Isn't that really interesting? So human flesh is the reason we evolved, is because we're so evolved that our flesh doesn't taste good. Not even a shark will eat us. What does that say? A shark will eat just about anything, but even a shark has to be like extremely hungry to eat human flesh.
Yeah, the unconscious fear we can feel about about someone in their aura, right, is because they got that giant aura, but they don't got any of the God aura in them either, right? You've got this feeling that you're just a predator on a social leash, aren't you? Right? And so, you realize, I don't trust you alone. I barely trust you in a crowd of people, right? And if you don't know how to protect yourself, that turns into fear, as opposed to you just being alert and witted.
Yeah, that's really interesting, that whole social leash thing. We're all sort of on social leashes to a certain extent, but the thing that blows my mind is that the world is designed for that to thrive, right? And those qualities, and not the positive qualities, because like there were giants that had the divine qualities, like from what we can gather. So they're not all bad. I think it's unfair to say they're all bad, but in the same way that many of them were bad for us. There's even islands in off the coast of New Zealand, some way off the coast. What is the islands called? No, on the other side, closer to South America. Forget the name of these islands, where they had giant problems too, and they actually found the archaeologists went there and they found it. The stories, their verbal histories were about this race of red-haired giants eating everybody, and how all of the tribes got together and they went off there and they finished them off. They actually went and found the island, and they found these 8-foot skeletons, right? The many of the skeletons were like 8 foot, and there was all these piles of bones of smaller people, like normal sized people. And it was clear by the archaeology that these bigger beings had been basically eating the smaller beings. So, there's a lot of places where the verbal histories can actually be validated by archaeological evidence. But I think when it comes to the healing of these three different elements, I think it's so important that we integrate the physical into the healing process, because we tend to be cerebral as a culture, and we've been trained to think mentally and live in our minds, and that disconnects us from the earth. And because we're disconnected from the earth, right, we don't have our feet on the earth, we're not able to appreciate the quality of the earth, which is a quality of stability that maintains harmony, which is why in the Taoist system it's at the center of the pentagram, or it is the center. The fifth element is in the center of the proverbial square, which is actually a pentagram if you're looking at it from the bottom up, right? If you want to consider it in such a way. So it's quite interesting how we need to become encased within the earth element in order to find balance. And so when we disconnect from our minds and our ideas and our thoughts and our words, and we go into the physical plane, physical world, like mindfulness. Just an example. Mindfulness normally involves being aware of walking, being aware of doing things. It's a very physical discipline. It's rooting your consciousness in the physical now. And by rooting your consciousness in this physical now, you tend to become more emotionally grounded, more emotionally stable, more mentally clear. You don't have all that, schisms running through the brain. We've been trained to entice these mental schisms. I think it's part of our systemic indoctrination and training and brainwashing, which has come to us through religious, educational, and societal restrictions that have been imposed upon us since we were children. And it's sort of why the natural healing doesn't flow. And like any healer will tell you, all you got to do to heal is just get yourself out of your own way, right? Like life wants to do what life wants to do. So we are our own demise. We are our own illness. We are our own restrictions that we impose upon ourselves that prevents us from being in a state of harmony. And Mephistopheles, namaste. You say harmony, you ask a question. What do you mean by harmony? Question mark. Harmony is different notes that create a single chord, and that single chord brings pleasure. Right? Music. Why do we listen to music? Because the harmonies in music produce pleasure within our consciousness. So the harmony of the body and being in harmony with the mind and the physical reality means that we will be in a state of equilibrium. And so harmony and equilibrium work together, because in order to produce a chord harmony musically, the sounds have got to be equilibrated. They need to be pitched at the correct pitches, and each one the right amount of loudness and of each one to come together to create a chord. And then that chord becomes a reflection of harmony. And then those chords can work succinctly with other chords to produce greater harmonies. And so we call this the harmony of music. So I think like when we're talking about harmony, we're talking about that musical state of vibrational tones all being in a natural flow and not one thing over another. Like when your mind is overactive and your body is underactive, you're not in harmony. Those two pitching sounds are, this one's overpowering this one. So this one's got to be less, this one's got to be more, and find that balance between the two so that those two sounds become a chord, and that chord becomes its own pitch. And then that own pitch can then tune both of these sounds back to their original tones. So what do you guys have more you want to throw on the table? I noticed we've been going for almost 4.5 hours. So before we wrap it up, I thought I'd love to give you guys a chance to throw your last bits and pieces on the table.
I wanted to mention that there's a lot of stories about the giants throughout the Americas, and they extend from Magellan and Vespucci in South and Central America and the Caribbean, all the way up to like the Lovelock Caves. But also over on the east, towards the East Coast, they have the Mississippian cultures, the Adena and Hopewell tribes, the mound builders. And so they've uncovered like a lot of giant skeletons and skulls that were giants. And they also had elongated skulls with double rows of teeth and extra digits on their hands and feet. So it was pretty amazing how they found all that stuff. It was in the 1800s. It was documented in newspapers, which you can still look up and find in like libraries. But they've really taken away like the Smithsonian Museum, which took away all of the different burials that they dug up. They just claim that they don't have. They say that they did take them away, but they don't have them. They don't know where they are. So we don't know what that means, really, what's going on with that. It's very strange, but we do know that they've been documented like quite well. And they have a different arrangement on their neck because of the elongated skull. They don't have a sagittal suture line, and they have extra volume in their head that goes up. It goes up like ours, and then it goes up again. So it's a very different type of arrangement, and it's quite curious. And they actually have found that the reptilian humanoid that they found down in Peru with 3 fingers is legit. And it wasn't cut and re-put together or anything. And it's got strange reptilian DNA, but the only thing on Earth that has anything with its DNA is humans. We have some aspect of its DNA, apparently. So that's very strange, very amazing discovery. Also in South America, they found the Boogosphere. And I know Franklin did a show with Tree Man on this, but the Boogosphere was found to have been dated to 12,000 years ago or more, and it's made from highly dense aluminum that's not even able to be made with modern technology, and it was still operating in modern times, and it was filmed floating in the air, and then it hit some electrical wires and went down. This I think Peruvian guy went and gathered it up and burned his fingers trying to bring it in. His fingers prints were gone, and he had bad headaches for a couple of days and stuff from being so close to it. They've been doing studies on it. Apparently, it responds to Vedic mantras. It's got fiber optics inside of it. It's still active.
I didn't know they figured out that it had anything inside of it. How do they know that it's got fiber optics in it? Because haven't they not been able to crack it open?
No, they've been using the technology that they use to scan for gold and oil.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so they okay. I hadn't realized they had released any scans and whatnot. So okay, that's neat. Cool. Yeah. I've heard that it's some sort of ancient AI technology. I got a friend who's down in Mexico who took a trip down to see the Boogosphere and do a little bit of science, a little bit of meditation and stuff with it, and get some answers. My buddy, he's pretty good at like kind of like Akashic transcribing, like he gets the download and tells you what's coming through. And his woman's a pretty powerful mystic herself.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And another thing that we don't realize, and it's that what is that organization called? The Smithsonian Institute, right? Remember I mentioned that cave, right? And here's where it gets interesting. That cave, what was that cave called again? Lovelock Cave. Okay, yeah. So I mentioned this on a round table before, but just as a summary, originally when the people wanted to go and get the artifacts found in the Lovelock Cave, the Smithsonian Institute said it was lost. Then more people came asking, and another prominent historian started knocking on the door and saying, listen, that's not good enough. Then the Smithsonian Institute changed their story, and they came back and said, no, sorry, it's not lost. It's in a building that's got asbestos, and it can't be accessed for 10 years. Isn't that interesting? So there's the Smithsonian Institute's track record that's like reliable, recent. This is in the last 10, 15 years. And a lot of those bones that the Smithsonian Institute say that they never got, and we're not talking about 1 or 2 sets of bones, we're talking about like 100 sets of bones. There are historians and archaeologists that wrote articles on it, that wrote papers on it, that documented their findings with photographers, with photographs and evidence, and eyewitness accounts and accounts of the people that actually found the products. And there were even receipts of some of these crates being given that the Smithsonian Institute won't recognize. And there are newspaper articles, and we're not talking about 5 or 10 or 20. We're talking about like hundreds of newspaper articles that are citing some of the most prominent archaeologists of the time on record. And these archaeologists, you can go check them out. They're legit archaeologists. So there's actually a lot of evidence. Like there's more evidence than what you can shake a stick at, that there actually were giants, and that there were lots of skeletons found, and that they were all taken by the same Smithsonian Institute, and that nobody saw or heard from them again. And now the Smithsonian Institute goes on record saying it's all just a conspiracy theory. They don't have any bones. But 50 years ago, they were saying they'd lost the bones. So their story keeps changing in the same way that the story kept changing with the story of this cave and the coffins from the cave, the boxes and the giant shoes. And first they said they didn't have it, but upon being pressured and paperwork being shown to them that, no, you do have it, then they came back and said, oh, well, yeah, okay, we've got it, but you can't see it. And they gave a really good, legit excuse. So
they actually, so they never lost it either? Like it was discovered that they had it and were withholding it?
They lied.
Right, they lied. Well, at least we know that they have it and assumed it's secured. So there's that.
They didn't have bones from that site. From that site, they had giant artifacts, giant things, giant shoes, but and red hair. Now, the reason they're not releasing it is because that red hair can be DNA tested. You see, this is where we start to, and nowadays, with our knowledge of DNA increasing, they'll be able to tell you more about who that DNA is, right? So, question of time, the truth will come out. They can only hide it from us for so long. And all those bones that they got hold of and that they've hidden away and told us don't exist, there's a lot of actual evidence. You go looking through the old newspaper archives. It's mind-blowing. I mean, I've personally looked at like tens of different articles that I've read, and there are hundreds of these articles of this prominent archaeologist standing next to the bones, and then what they say on record. Then you can go and find that archaeologist and look up what they had written about it. And they did indeed write about finding those bones. And so it's not just a fake newspaper article. The archaeologist's own notes are in sync. And you can actually build a case that this institute, the Smithsonian Institute, is basically a bunch of liars.
Yeah.
And there's enough different. So anybody who believes what the Smithsonian Institute say when they say they didn't get the bones, they're liars. Once you've been caught on a lie 5 or 6 times, how can you listen? How can anyone believe anything you say? Right?
Government institutions, it's like the institution, you put new people in charge of the institution, and then no one thinks anything of it, right? That's the big problem. They have no idea that there's an unfireable infrastructure of people that run the federal government, including their aspects of institutions like the Smithsonian that that serve as a part of the federal government. You know, like the Smithsonian is kind of like the Vatican archives at this point. It's like our version of the Vatican archives. And we're burying all that kind of information all the way down, and they're going to weaponize that, right? Because you got to remember, under a false pretense of what our interpretation of Old Testament history is, and the importance to the fundamentalist of the literal interpretation of history, they start coming out with like, oh, look at that, here's the Lance of Longinus, here's the Ark of the Covenant, here's the Holy Grail, and you know, here's the bones of Goliath, right? It's just like, see, bow down before the demiurge, right? It's this shit. Like, that's what they want to do. They want to give power to the symbols of history to their god.
Yeah, totally. And Mephisto Fields, you say follow the science. I think that's the healthy thing to do. The problem is that we need to actually follow the science. And do you agree that people were following the science in 2020, 2021? Remember that mantra, follow the science? Was that fake science or not? Well, according to what all the local and most current investigations done by members of state, by the British government, by the American government, by the House, by the congressional courts, the evidence has been presented that the science was twisted. So if medical science can be abused and twisted in such a way as to mislead the people, do you think archaeological science can be twisted? I mean, just look at what happened in 2021 to 2022. It's pretty obvious that they were lying, and they kept using the mantra, follow the science, gentlemen. But actually, they were feeding you false science. So unless you're actually in the lab doing the science experiments yourself, then you're not following science.
They were asking,
you're following what other people tell you. It's called dogmatism.
They were asking you to follow their peer-reviewed data, right? They wanted you to follow a particular published authority, right? Who publishes the Bible in what version?
Also, in 2020, if you went onto the government website here in the UK, you could see in black and white that the jabs were an experiment until 2023. It said that, but at the same time, I call it a seance. It wasn't science; it was a seance. They were trying to invoke lower life forms and bring through people, you know, like Divok. But yeah, it was a seance, and there was lots of magic behind it. And if you looked on the government website, black and white, it said it was in trials until 2023. But so even if the scientists came out with like, oh yeah, it's fine, or this or that, all you have to do is just do your own research. With science, it's just somebody else telling you how it is. I've never seen an atom. I'm just taking someone's word for it that they exist. That to me is irrelevant. It's science, but for me, science is irrelevant. I'll more go with science is quantified. It's collapsed matter. Someone else has collapsed an idea and given it to you in a box. Everything is a field. I'd rather go with what I feel than what someone else tells me. So even if the science does say something and you look it up and you see it for yourself in paper in black and white, oh yeah, the science is legit. What do you feel is more important? Like, what do you intuitively feel? That's more important than the science. The science is secondary.
I think when it comes to science, it's also important to recognize what its actual function is. I was listening to an interview with Bernardo Castro, the idealist philosopher guy, and he kind of had a really good point when it comes to science, is the idea that science doesn't really tell you what things are intrinsically of themselves. It just sort of describes sort of measurements, numbers. It's sort of a description of reality, but it doesn't necessarily tell you, you know, what reality actually is. So I think that when it comes to science, I think that a lot of people they misattribute science and say, oh, science is wrong or whatever. I think when it comes to science, I think it's just sort of a methodology where it's like, if I have certain letters, I like to have a sort of a logical pattern. A goes to B, B goes to C, and C goes to D. And that's kind of like generally like, how you think of something logically. You have an experiment, you test for it, you come up with results, et cetera, et cetera. But I think really it's not that we shouldn't trust science. It's that we should be scientists ourselves and not look at other people's data, other people's information necessarily. Because I think, to me, one of the reasons why I like science is when it comes to mysticism and magic, I don't like when it's, you go from A and then go from B, and then all of a sudden we skip all the way to Q. I'm like, wait, how do we get here? And I think a lot of people, they want to know the letters that lead from B to Q. And I think people look at, from the outside, looking at magic, it's like you're going from A to Z and you're not taking any of the other 24 letters that lead you up to that final letter in the alphabet. So I think that when it comes to science, I think it's important that we question science, but I think it's also important that we have to recognize that a lot of people, when it comes to manipulation, I think this is a bigger point I want to bring about, is that we always, the common understanding of how deception works is that you just lie. You just come up with lies, you make up a bullshit story, and then people buy into the lies. But what they don't understand is that a lot of lying involves manipulating the truth. It's taking things that are true and taking things that are, that make sense, and then you're mixing them and blending them together with the lies so that you can't distinguish the truth from the falsehood. And science can be utilized in a similar manner where because I think with science is that you have a premise and then you lead that premise to the conclusion. But what a lot of false science does is you start with the conclusion and then you try to find what leads up to that. So like take materialism, for example. Materialism is not science. Science is a methodology used to understand reality, and materialism is a metaphysical point of view. It's literally a metaphysics. And with materialism is the conclusion, right? And then science tries to come up with evidence and things to lead to materialism because they assume materialism is already the truth. That, in my opinion, is not real science at all. It's a pseudoscience. And the thing about science is that people can use science in misleading ways. They can use it they can take data from one set and present it in a misleading way. So I think when it comes to science, it's not that we shouldn't trust science. It's that we shouldn't trust other people using science. We should use science ourselves, find our own evidence, use our own experiments, and draw our own conclusions. Because I think that's kind of the part of the problem too, is that, these scientists are kind of often this, special ivory tower with their special knowledge and their special gadgets and machines. And we, the lowly peons, are supposed to kind of, just follow what they say. So for me, it's like I value science, but I try to come at things through my own scientific reasoning and my own logic before I come to a conclusion. And I think that's really what's going the bigger message here. And I think the same thing happens with religion and mysticism, where you're taking someone else's idea and sort of like implementing it as your own. I think we need to take a more hands-on approach when it comes to understanding the nature of reality and the phenomenon that exists within it.
Ahoy, I agree with you totally. And I think here's a point. I think like probably more than half, maybe the majority of science today is what you were talking about. Where a big corporation funds scientific research, but they're looking for a particular answer. And they're looking for the kind of scientist that's going to give them the kind of answer that they're looking for. And so they cherry pick from the scientists based upon their previous papers, right? You've written a theoretical paper that says that. So I know that you're starting with the premise that that's what you believe. So I'm going to get you to do this research, and I'm going to tell you what the parameters of the research is. I'm going to give you the money, and you're going to do it. You're obviously going to try and prove your theory, because that's how this works. So when I'm the one with the money and I'm cherry picking who the scientist is based upon their theoretical papers, now I know what I'm going to get for my money. So I'm able to control and manipulate. And here's an interesting point. The real scientists, Google Rupert Sheldrake, right? And tell me, what do they say about him? Let's do that quickly, just as a quick, for giggles and farts. Rupert Sheldrake, you're going to find that they're going to say that he was a this and he was a that. And what was he? What did he do?
Scientist, they call him.
He has a PhD in biology at Cambridge, and I believe in the Wikipedia article they edited that out.
Yes, exactly. This dude's a biologist. They said he's this quasi-scientist. Do you know that he was a biologist? Do you know who funded his biology? He was funded by the Royal Society Rosenhelm's Research Fellowship. That's a pretty prestigious. It's not a corporation. Like a lot of corporations actually fund science, right? So where you get your funding from says a lot. So his funding was actually funded by that particular funding group. And this guy was a full-on biologist. And in the 70s and the 80s, his work was actually revolutionary. And not all scientists agreed with him, but a lot of scientists just to stop and look at his findings because it was all done with the scientific method. And it was all peer-reviewed, right? But now you go into Google and they'll try and tell you that this guy is working with psychology and this and that. They'll mention all these other words, and they won't tell you the truth. This guy is actually an old school biologist, and not just a biologist. Like he's his PhD. He spent his time working. So you'll find that the real scientists, they will try and dethrone them. And
yeah,
Google.
And the thing about like Sheldrake's case was something very interesting to me. It's like, if you really were just an honest and genuine skeptic, and you really just think that this guy is, a quack or a liar, why would you have to lie about his past to discredit him? You know what I mean? Isn't that kind of suspicious?
It is. Also, we have like this marine biologist, Alistair Hardy, that was knighted by the Queen as a marine biologist, but he discovered that humans have all of the features of a marine mammal, and he kept that secret till his grave because he knew he would be blacklisted and kicked out of the field. But his wife carried the torch as Elaine Morgan. She was a screenwriter, and she started writing books about his research, about all the different features that we have that are strictly marine mammal features. Things ridiculous as like this cheesy substance called vernix that premature babies are born with that helps the baby float in salt water. We have that, and seals have that, and nothing else.
Something I was going to say about the whole science grifting situation is, it's the meaning, right? A lot of scientists, they don't talk about the meaning of the data. They, they just give you this analytical interpretation that fits within the context of the standards of their indoctrinated experience, and so you're not getting much of that substance out of it, right? This is the whole bit, right? Like somebody comes out with a peer review thing, and nobody asks how the peer review process works. Nobody asks to look at the raw data. Nobody asks to say, like, what was the question that went into the forming of the hypothesis by which they contrive their tests. They're testing a hypothesis. The results will inform a working theory if they are repeatable as tests.
Yeah, I think like this is a big problem that we're dealing with these days, is a lack of integrity. like Cosmic say, like you're pointing out there, you know, there should be a level of consistency. And so what passes for science in the modern day and age is sadly not so very scientific anymore. I think the science from like 200 years ago was probably more honest than the science of today.
I think it's
Considering
also,
the fact,
sorry, go on.
I was just saying, considering the fact that most important science is funded by the military industrial complex, right? And most important science can be weaponized. So it is owned and controlled by the military industrial complex. I think that sort of says it all, don't you think?
Yeah, I was going to mention another point about science is that the atheist science kind of has its own mythology. So in the same way that, like, you know, if you're a devout Christian, like you uphold certain values, you know, I'm faithful to God, you know, I'm faithful to church, you know, I don't sin and I'm always, you know, forgiving. Like you hold certain platitudes, like, but oftentimes in real life, you don't necessarily meet up to those standards. Like maybe, you know, you're a priest, but, you know, you're going off to the bar, you know, when nobody's looking, or there's some kind of because it's like a standard. Christianity and other religions, there's a standard that you're supposed to live up to, an ideal, but oftentimes people, you know, fall short of it. You know, they lose their temper, they develop bad habits, even though they claim to follow those steps. Science has a similar aspect to it. Whereas with science, it's like the idea is that you're supposed to accept the truth, even if that truth is considered unpleasant. So you're always believing in the truth, even if it proves that everything is meaningless, whatever. And I think when you look at a lot of scientists, that even when their theories are disproven, they don't happily, you know, disregard it like science, or because the idea is that if you're a scientist and someone disproves your theory, you're supposed to be happy that someone disproves your theory because that moves the wheel of science, right? But if you look at how people actually act as human beings don't live up to that scientific ideal. When somebody disproves their theory, they don't just gladly let them walk over. No, they defend that theory until they die. They just keep going on to it. They don't give it up, you know, easily. So I think in this, the point I'm trying to make here is that I think people look at these scientists and they think like, oh, they're these, you know, these good truth tellers. They're always going to follow the truth and they're always going to follow, you know, what's right, and they're going to disregard what's bullshit and always follow the evidence, even if it, you know, disregards other opinions. But that's just a mythology. In the same way, you look at a priest and, oh, that priest is always good. You know, they never, you know, touch children and they never do nefarious, terrible things because they're just so wonderful. And people look at scientists in this kind of mythological, idealized kind of way, where you see this guy in this, you know, the spiffy lab coat and the sharp glasses, and oh man, he's so smart and brilliant. And I think we also have to realize that even though a lot of atheists and scientists won't claim there's a religion, there is certainly a kind of a mythology around that kind of materialist culture of kind of like, you know, the Star Trek utopian, you know, going into space and developing robots. And like, really, it's like basically people wanting to make science fiction, you know, a reality. But sometimes that science fiction doesn't necessarily, you know, hold up. And they kind of continue going along with their theories, even though they're irrational. But because they're under the guise that they're materialistic, they don't think they're irrational, even though they actually are. So in a way, it prevents them from understanding their own errors. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there's many people that claim they live up to the ideals of science, but fall short and are obviously biased and have their own agendas, and they want something to be true, even if the science basically tells them that what they want to believe is wrong. In the same way that people idealize priests and don't see the sort of more human nature behind the white cloth.
I just want to quickly say, because I need to head off in a minute, I'm sure you guys are going to go as well, because you've been going for 5 hours now, is that my perception of modern science, and I'll put AI in that as well, is that it's a poison. It's not meant to make people better. Especially with Western science or medicine or artificial intelligence, AI, electricity, chuck it all in there. It's a poison. It's not meant to benefit us. If we look at Tesla with the alternating current rather than direct current, whichever way around it is, every time there's a technological advancement like electricity, overhead wires, Wi-Fi, 5G, people get sick. This technology isn't supposed to benefit us. And it's the same with pharmaceuticals. Pharma is here to harm us. It's not here to heal. It suppresses the symptoms just so we can just keep chugging by, like on this wheel, continuing this loop. And it's like we were talking about earlier with the giants as well, cosmic, like giants being writers, musicians, celebrities, having that kind of grandiose persona or whatever. That's what these technocrats are doing, like Elon Musk. People are like, oh, this AI future is going to be amazing. It's going to benefit us in so many ways. We're going to have so much more time. Whereas really, this technology that they're creating is far from the technology that we could be creating if we had more time, because you've got to bear in mind that all of our time and energy, we're paid with money, but money is time and energy, and that our energy is being siphoned off so that they can create their hell, which is this frozen wasteland, by blocking out the sun, having machines do everything, no human contact. That is what hell is. That's all it is the opposite of humanity, basically. So yeah, I'll just finish with saying that modern science is a poison. No matter how you sugarcoat it into saying, oh, but we can heal people and stuff, the tiny % of people that it heals, and I'll mention Neuralink and people saying that it's good because it can help people walk who can't. There is that, but that's not why it's being built. Everything's always sugar-coated. They even coat poison in sugar and give it to you and say, oh, this will make you better. But really, they're going to come back for more. They give you this drug to treat that drug, to treat this drug, to treat that drug. So rather than healing you, they can just give you loads of drugs. And what they make? Money. What is that? Your energy, and also your time, which is the most valuable thing in existence. Time is everything. Without perception of time, there's nothing. We need time to sort of perceive what's going on. And if we have that taken away from us, that's our energy being siphoned. So yeah, I just really have to, I've been sitting on this while you guys have been talking. So before I go, I need to say this quickly, because Franklin, I need to have a chat with you about this, because you mentioned an eagle or something fighting on both sides of a war. Did you mention an AI eagle? Because when you were saying that, I was thinking of Zoroastrianism and the winged bird with the one ring, and then also the Russian twin eagle, the twin eagle, where in the center is the guy on a horse slaying the dragon, and Tartaria, their flag was a dragon. So then this ties into us talking about giants, and you said I need to talk to you about this and get some more info, that they were given a tetragrammaton or some technology or something. Let's just say it's AI, and then that potentially this was the fall of Atlantis or the fall of Tartaria, or what caused this great flood. So I'm going to have a chat with you about that, because it ties in lots of loose threads for me. Just trying to work out what's happened in our past, why we're here. And of course, it ties into medicine as well, because even a few hundred years ago, the witches, the evil women healing people, had to get rid of them to make way for the petrochemical industry. So, yeah. I'll leave it with that. I think I've rambled long enough. So
yeah, we will definitely have to get into that. It wasn't an eagle specifically, but there's probably relation. I called it an AI, but I'll try and find out information on this deity that's represented in the Krishna story. Google has hidden the information from us, so it's like you got to play catch with Google. You got to like move around and play catch, and to get the real information out of this AI monster that's controlling all of our information.
The giant
Right.
that Krishna slayed was Narakasura. Narakasura was slayed and turned into a divine palace or a divine vehicle, also known as Vimana. So that's the mythos of that. But there's also the story of how Krishna destroyed Shalva's flying city. Shalva being an ally of Narakasura. So it's a little bit of yin and yang there. He destroyed a flying city and he created a flying city, flying palace.
Yeah, brother. Do you have any more you want to throw on the table before we call it?
No, I'm good right now.
I do have one thing to share quickly. That earlier you said people can be stuck in their minds. But one of the Hermetic principles is all is mind, and that mind is spirit. So people can be stuck in their minds, but what is mind? Is mind spirit? Because obviously that's what we want to sort of get into. And then the opposite end would be connected to the earth or grounded or connected to matter or the material plane. But then you can be too materialistic. So it's a bit of this and a bit of that. And it depends how you're coming at it, because people can be stuck in their minds, but I think people who are stuck in their minds they're more materialistic. It's more physical matter, but also a way of perceiving mind is that everything is mind. It's the spirit. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there, because the mind can be a good place. Like when people say you need to get out of your mind, okay, and then what? Connected to your heart, I guess. But your mind can be a very powerful tool. I think that I know this isn't what you were saying, Franklin, but a lot of people in the New Age spiritual community say, dissolve your ego, let go of your ego, but we need our ego, we need our mind, we need the foresight. And then rather than rejecting it, we just need to be in balance. And you mentioned being in balance as well. And I think we both need to have our feet on the ground and our heads in the clouds as well. Like be a mystic, like in the mist, in the mystery, but also have a tether and an anchor point. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that obviously the mind is spirit as well, or the car, the life force, that's all around us. So yeah.
When I think of mind, I think of it much more in like the sense of the literal brain, like your actual physical head in 3D space. Because here's something I've noticed, like, whenever I was kind of a materialist atheist type back in my earlier days, you really think of your consciousness as existing in your brain. And in a weird sense, by ontologically associating your consciousness as existing in your head, that's just sort of like a somatic way to reinforce the bias of materialism, because materialism basically says you are nothing but a brain. And if you believe you are nothing but a brain, you'll start to feel like you are just your brain in your head. So I think when Franklin and a lot of these other people talk about this whole, stuff with the breath, what that's actually doing is when you're taking in deep breaths is now your awareness is not just in your skull anymore. Now your awareness and your mind exists within your chest, in your body, your arms and legs, and the external environment. So to answer your question, Shinobi, I think when people say to get out of your mind, I don't think of the mind in the literal sense of consciousness itself, but rather the sort of the intellectual zerfax of the brain and we can kind of step outside of that sphere into the larger mind spheres outside of it. So that's the way I would think of it.
Yeah, I think of the mind as I've always viewed myself as not here, not in this realm, not in this body. My mind is like, this is a projection from my mind. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, my little fragment of me is here, but perhaps us, like another being, is somewhere else, and this is just projected. So our body is actually a projection of our mind, but our mind isn't our brain. Our brain's just an antenna for our mind. Our mind is beyond the stars. Our mind is way out there. This is all part of it. It's part of the projection. Our brain is just an antenna. It's just electrical signals. It's not. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Cosmic?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, so our mind isn't just like brain. It's like out there, like
exactly. That's the whole point of getting out
yeah.
of your head. It's like in the most literal sense.
Yeah. Also, it's like the senses, like understanding what the senses are, because what I was also getting at is how busy the mind is, and it's when the mind's not busy that one is able to perceive. So, for example, let's say you want to project your consciousness to a different time and space, or a different space in the same time. Let's say you haven't seen your mother in years and you're living in the Himalayas and you want to check in on her, how's she doing? But you're in the jungles, there's no telephone. So how do you do that? Well, you quiet your mind and you allow the thoughts to fade, and you become aware of reality. You become so aware of reality that you notice that the reality between you and your mother is one place, and that you can like project your thoughts like tendrils, like roots, through that reality and actually touch her far away and see that she's okay. So that's like using the mind. But we don't use the mind because we're always running software in our mind. So the software we're running on our mind is like, we saw this podcast, or we saw this, or we read this, or someone said this to us, or this happened. And there's all these 1,000 things running through the brain, running through the mind, that keeps the mind occupied. And it's only when we reduce the occupation, sort of like, let's say you want a tightrope walk, right? You can't be tightrope walking while you're on the phone, on the one hand, and on the other hand, like paging through a book. And while you're paging through a book, on the other hand, you've got something happening with your feet. Like, you need all of your concentration to tightrope walk, if that makes sense. You got to like quiet down all of the body. The body's going to become quiet. It's become like present, so that you can really use the body to its full potential. It's the same with the mind. I think, like Cosmic says, like we lock our minds in our brains. Literally, we imprison our minds in our brains through our thoughts. That's how powerful the mind is. We can imprison our own, but when we step out of the mind, then we're stepping into the thing that the mind's inside. Because the mind is inside something, and that's inside something, and like Russian dolls. So
rather than being out of your mind like crazy, you go into your mind. But going into your mind is actually going out and using your mind rather than being used by your mind.
Yeah.
When you're a bit crazy, like, oh, he's out of his mind, he's mad, not in a good way. Like that would be the opposite. So rather than out of your mind, you actually go into your mind, but that's outwards, if that makes sense at all. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out something Franklin was just talking about just now, about the whole idea of quieting the mind. When I channel the Fae, this is a very important aspect, because I mess up on this all the time, because normally, when I'm on my walks or I'm just, going through life, I'm always talking to myself. I'm always sort of inner monologuing and, thinking about things. Like I have a very strong inner monologue. And I realized that there'd be sometimes where I'll try to channel the Fae and it just doesn't feel like it's not clicking. Like I don't feel their presence. It just, I'm not really getting a good signal. And then it's like when I just kind of turn off my mind and just shut up, they'll be just like, hey there. I'll hear them just like whisper to me. And it's kind of like in the same way that like if I'm talking right now, you can't really jump in and say something until I finish my statement. Well, I've realized that talking to spirits is exactly the same way. If you're talking to yourself in your mind, you're constantly talking, the spirit doesn't have a chance to jump into the conversation and offer a rebuttal to what you're saying. So, and I think in general, we have to think when it comes to psychic and magical powers and anything like that, I think first the reason you have to quiet your mind is because it's almost like the brain tries to associate itself with everything. And so if you kind of quiet that mind down, you can actually sort of get outside of that mental labyrinth that kind of keeps you locked in a loop or a circle or whatever.
Well, it's been a beautiful show. We've just gone 5 hours and a quarter. I suppose it's pretty long. Thank you everybody in the chat. I hope you guys enjoyed. Vincent, always fun. I love what Vincent. I love what you have to say, brother. And dear Moonfeather, lovely having you around. And Tour Joker, big love, big blessings. I thought you were going earlier. That's why I was wishing you. And the Star and Howard. I think Howard must have turned. Oh, Howard's still here. Good. Bless you. Bless all of you. I hope Gaz is okay. If any of you talk to Gaz, send him my love. I hope he's good. I hope he's all right. Take it easy, everybody. Keep smiling. Keep shining. And big love and blessings to all of you. Om Namah Shivaya. And remember, the healing is a natural flow. It's a natural process. So all we got to do to allow the healing to happen is remove ourselves. My ex-wife used to get so jealous because I would get injured and I would just heal so fast and there'd be no scar. And she'd be so jealous of me. She'd be like, you don't get scars. I mean, what do you mean? And she couldn't understand. I said, well, it's because I don't care. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, I don't care if I have scars or not. I don't mind. I just allow things to do what they're meant to do. And when you allow things to just do what they're meant to do, they actually do them pretty well. But when we start influencing things with our thoughts and our fears and our worries and our concern, that's when we actually inhibit the natural flow of chi. We inhibit the natural flow of life. So life wants to flow. Big love, big blessings.
Big love, everyone.
Om Shanti. Let life
Take it
flow.
easy, everybody.